Good afternoon, all. This is your host, N Commander, and we are live streaming today. So, for those watching the VOD or just basically catching the summary at the start, we need to be running OpenBSD 5.8 to really get anywhere. I couldn't get it to run on anything, but my Synology NAS has a hypervisor on it. It's a 4-core Celeron, like 2 gigahertz. It's not the absolute worst thing I've ever used. It's not great. So I got it installed currently, and mostly while I wait for people to show up. I actually installed package source because I can't get ports working on it at all. So devil get. So I'm just gonna let this build while I wait for people to show up. So yeah, password, because I suspect I'm going to want some quality of life stuff here. I have this distinct feeling I'm going to be doing this entire project on this NAS. I did start this compiler earlier, so I'm grabbing Git right now, because I don't know. The biggest thing we have to do is we probably have to get this to work with GCC4, the VAX build. Because that's what the cross-compile scripts look like they're using, and I mean, some of the comments I got from Mastodon and chat last night is that even OpenBSD 7.5 actually will work on. It still has one platform that uses GCC3. So right now we have package source building on OpenBSD because I can't get OpenBSD ports working. So this is the most recent package source. I did have to make a few tweaks. Its OpenBSD support looks like it's bitrot a bit. I honestly can't imagine that anyone runs it very frequently. Because why would you? You have OpenBSD's ports collection. But package source is always, I've always considered it a very useful thing to have. I should probably use it more. Although I find that it doesn't work very well on on 90 stuff. Like I should probably take one of the old package source releases from like the mid 2000s and then just compile it for Solaris. Just track down all the source debs. Because goddamn, it is hard to find collections of software for some of these things. Yeah, so I also modified the main make file that it's supposed to parallelize some of these, but it looks like Perl it's just not, because that's what's currently building. Because we have the base BSD system, so it has to build all it's using the host CC, but it's got to build all the other dependencies. So it's got to build Perl, it's got to build Python. But it's also a good test of what this is. I should like I guess I could run NeoFetch on it, but this is essentially the speed of 4 pies. Yeah, dist files are always not good. Like at some point, I mean, alternatively, it's seeing how much you can get of modern stuff to go. But at this point, the largest factor for retro compute, running new software on old stuff is Rust. Or will be, because Rust is becoming more and more prevalent. But, I mean, it is really nice to have a collection of tools that are not 2 decades old. Like, you really don't appreciate it until you don't have them. And OpenBSD's core system is so lean that I, like... well, it's lean. Yeah, you have to appreciate Debian. Like, and then you look at OpenBSD where there's no official archives. Like, they don't even save old copies of their source code. If you want the old source code, you have to go to CVS, but because OpenBSD has to build on OpenBSD, it is non-trivial to get it back. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you have to appreciate that Debian has kept that up, and you have to know that it's not cheap. I mean, I think the archive at this point, well, cheap is relative, but They actually have the statistics of how much space it takes up. Old releases. Actually, I'd have to look it up, but it's... I know what the numbers look like. You're talking terabytes of disk space for every architecture. Like, if we could get a set of package sort, you know, like, circa, I don't know, 2008, 2009 package source, which would still be new enough, old enough slash new enough that it would support the later end 90s technologies, but still be able to talk with modern day. Well, sometimes though I want to be running Solaris. Like NetBSD is great for running NetBSD. NetBSD runs on pretty much everything except Titanium. So, I mean, you can still feel like this is not a fast... I have used this NAS before for compute workloads. The biggest problem is I don't have an solid state cache, so it's just 20 gigs of memory and 4 spinning Rust hard drives on a pretty pathetic Celeron. Actually, I will look it up right now since it's going to be the talk. I actually cannot believe I'm actually using this thing as a compile node. I have run a Minecraft server on it, and I do have a Postgres server on it because it's a good place to put DaVinci Resolve project files. I just store the lot in Postgres, and that way I can move it back and forth from my desktop. In theory, I can get 2.5 gig out of it, but I only have it wired up for 1, just because my home network is this thing that I keep meaning to do shit with and never actually do shit with. Let's see our terminal. I don't want telnet. I want... Where's the about? Oh, you're kidding me. Where is the about for this? Yeah, it is a DSM though. Like, oh, here it is, Info Center. It's a Intel Celeron J4125, 2 gigahertz, 4 cores, 20 gigs of memory. It comes stock 4 gig, but I found it confining with that little memory. You didn't miss much. We basically determined we have to be on OpenBSD 5.8, and then you missed me installing it on 3 different systems, trying to find something. It has to if to make the makefile completely happy, it has to be a 32-bit OpenBSD host. So my options then become Spark, i386, Motorola 680XO, and VAX. And it's like, well, those are all shit. There's also Armish, but it doesn't run on a Pi 3. I can... Hypothetically, you can virtualize 32-bit ARM on top of 64-bit ARM, but I can't imagine that works with virtualization framework. Like, I would be staggered if that actually does work, because I've never even seen it work on Linux. I just know that it's hypothetically possible. Because realistically, it's at this point I've gotten used to it. I did do a little bit of custom configuration. I just made it one root file system because at this point I'm going to have to do multiple builds for multiple cross architectures. Because the way you're technically supposed to do this is you're supposed to make it for the local system, because the build system will use the local system's make files to configure itself. And one of the things we're going to want to do is make this make VAX a GCC4 architecture. It should theoretically work, I hope. Yeah. I've never played with any 88K stuff. It's one of the it in alpha are like the two. Well, granted, 88K is unobtainium in the goddamn United States, but ARMHF on no Tech Flash. I need kernel level compatibility. I know it works fine in userland, but I would need to run the 32-bit. I would have to run the 32-bit BeagleBone or PandaBoard kernel because this doesn't support virtualization. This is pre ARM v8 ARM. Like this is before 64-bit was defined, and there were ways you could hypothetically do it on 32-bit ARM, but I'm not actually sure someone shipped a product for it besides Zen, and Zen only ever really worked with Linux. Like virtualization in ARM was more hyped than actuality in 2009, and even in 2015, it only kind of worked on 64-bit. Yeah. Well, at this point, there's at least a few people that I'm surprised how much interest this is actually getting overall. Like, I'm just doing this for my own personal shits and giggles. Honestly, it's more likely that the next video that comes out will be a Restless Yankee because, I might as well mention this, is I'm helping move a car across the country, and along the way I'm getting to move my stuff along with it. So the car itself has a fascinating story attached to it, and I'm going to be but I'm going to be AFK for at least a week, probably longer. I'll have the laptop with me, but whether I'm actually going to be able to stream is a complete and open question. So, currently I'm waiting. I have to make pilgrimage to the MVC tomorrow, Motor Vehicle Commission, New Jersey's DMV, because currently there are temporaries on that car, and I have to have permanents. So it's not a million-mile Lexus. So it's why I actually went up to Maine. It was the main reason to go up to Maine. We went up to Maine, and then I drove this back because it's a standard. It's a Toyota Yaris. It's actually in surprisingly good condition, but it is a car that has absolutely no fucking frills. And it has no power steering, no power locks, no power windows. The rear tailgate lock is busted, so I can't park it on the street here, and I also don't have a second park it permit because the Prius is still being moved around. This is cool retro term. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, so what happens next is I didn't even think about doing a Restless Yankee because I gotta be honest, going up to Maine, like I said, there was a lot of things I was doing and it actually didn't even occur to me to do so. But I may do it for the drive across because I feel there's a couple of side trips I'm planning on doing, and I might as well film it because I'm going to go see some weird shit because I wasn't expecting to drive across the northern states again, so I might as well take advantage of it. Yeah. Yeah. So I drove a stick shift. I learned my first two vehicles, well, more technically my mother's car, which I drove, maintained, and paid the bills on, and my own car my first car were automatics. A friend of mine in college who has sadly passed away, he passed away while I was in college actually, taught me to drive on what could best be charitably described a million-mile Dodge Neon. When I eventually sold the Tucson to a friend of mine who drove it, who really could have used it at the time. I then lived in Alaska for a year without a car, and when it was time to leave Alaska, I bought my RAV4, and that RAV4 was a standard. I had really wanted one, and I drove it all the way down. But that RAV4 had power steering. It also did not have it had recently had a full transmission service, so it had its cylinders replaced, so the clutch was incredibly stiff. But by time the RAV4 reached Florida, it was fine, and this is all interstate driving. So I'm on this Yarvis. I'm in Maine, so I don't have an Easy Pass. The Easy Pass is in the Prius. So so I'm driving alone in this car at 2 in the morning. Yeah. Yeah, it has absolutely enough. The transmission, it's got the previous owner. The car came off Reddit. The owner of like I said, there is a story attached to this Yaris, but it came off Reddit, and it was acquired for literally $1. It's so. I figured this. It is literally one of those Top Gear specials. So I'm driving this little Yaris. For those who are not in the northeast of the United States, the whole area is a network and webway of tolls. And I have 10-day drive-away plates from Maine on it, because in Maine, where the car was, the license plates go with the owner. So they took the plates off, and we took it to Maine's Bureau of Motor Vehicles, making it the 5th state, I think, I've interacted with its Motor Vehicle Commission. Anyway, so paper tag goes on the car. Now, because I'm the one who can actually drive a standard, and I'm the one who I have a sleep disorder. I was awake at 2 in the morning. I decided, you know what, I should get while the getting's good. So, fuck. Okay, it's not actually surprising that OpenSSL doesn't build on OpenBSD. Like, yeah, no, that actually. Right, we're just not going to use source control. I give up. That is me just saying, and fuck that noise. So, where we left it last time is, we're now on 5.8. I could try and build the cross compiler just straight up. I almost wonder if I should try and actually, like, build the damn thing first. Yeah, yeah, that is a mood. Why did it actually die? Yeah, that's probably fixable, but I'm like, I don't actually care enough to fix it. Fine, I'll just deal without source control. I can put the folder on a NFS root if I really need it. Because right now, I don't know if I'm actually going to need it, because I don't know how much I'm actually going to have to patch the damn thing. I mean, realistically speaking, I can always generate a diff for all the changes I do, then clean it up, and then throw it into Git. And that's probably what I'm going to have to end up doing, because source control hates me. All right. Let's see. So the first thing hold on. I do want a non-shitty editor, please. Like, I either want full Vim or I really want... Can I get Vim... just Vim? Like... I would also like Nano, but Vim would be nice. Oh, right. It's not going to let me do that. Oh, no. It's, Ben. Okay. We can has Vim. Yep. Proxmox, I'm not sure. I mean, it's whatever Synology is shipping. Synology is a bastardized version of Ubuntu. It uses Upstart, believe it or not. Although I don't think it's all that much Ubuntu anymore, but it definitely had some Ubuntu heritage. It's DSM, it's just a KVM with a nice web front end on it. They do sell, Synology does sell a more complete hypervisor product. They have their, what is it? They're not a big name like VMware is, but I have been really quite happy with them as a NAS provider. So yeah. I mean, this is the VI is a little bit blah. I would, if I'm going to use Vi, I'd rather use Vim, because at least Vim works the way I expect it. NVI, I find myself going a little bit bats with, because I don't know. It's like one could say that all I ever need, one ever needs, is truly Ed, but like I like my editors to support arrow keys. I like to be able to have visual mark. It's just a few minor things, but it's enough to actually annoy me. Plus, there's syntax highlighting if I decide to use it. Okay, well, it's installing Vim. Did it just install Vim? I guess it must be installing something else. Like, helps if I'm in the right window. God, this is like the Gentoo experience. Except slower. No, the host system, it's a... I forget what version of the Linux kernel. It's a very modified Linux kernel, though. It's like... The system itself is basically a Celeron processor, I assume it's probably core boot. There's no way they have a standard IBM BIOS on there. And then it just loads... There's a small micro firmware that can install DSM if it's completely fresh hard drives, but then it just basically boots up from whatever's on the root hard drive and then has a fancy web front end on it. Come on, macOS. I like that username. Alright. Are we there yet? Hey, Catherine. How you doing today? So do I have a Vim now? Apparently, I'm not allowed to have an editor. Fine, you know what? So be it. If it's good enough for the OpenBSD developers, it's good enough for me. All right. Let's just see if we can build. Do I have DoAs in this version? I do have DoAs in this version. If I want to do a passwordless DoAs, permit. I guess that's the line I need. Okay, cool. So do as make file cross target vax cross tools. Oh right, I have to extract. You know, this should support set VI. I should set that. Oh, YouTube! I just realized YouTube has added a new managing moderator feature. That's actually quite nice because I believe managing moderator, based on what this is saying, um, I can actually brain work with me. There's certain features like setting approved users for posting links. Although, and realistically, I don't mind if someone just gets moderator temporarily in YouTube chat. It's not like a Discord server where you expect it to be like perfect. So can we? Yeah, we can. So we can just hit that. So hypothetically, this should just work because it's 5.8 on 5.8. It's not complaining about the differing long size. And, you know, if that's an actual GCC bug, which, you know, I have had problems building old GCC 32 to 64-bit and 64-bit to 32-bit. So maybe that is actually the problem. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta tell you, like, Synology, when it came time to, when I, ongoing storage of my work has been a kind of pressing problem. I originally started with a RAID 1 and 4x2 terabyte hard drives, and then I went to 4x 16 terabyte hard drives, but I did it as a RAID 6, or well, SHR2, because I am expecting to have to expand the array at some point, and that way I can just add more disks. Because I do have an eSATA port. I actually just freed up. I just relocated a bunch of storage. I used to keep local backups on the NAS, but with the way my life is going, I'm now just doing Time Machine to the NAS, and I have one set of cloud backups because my desktop isn't getting used. It's literally just been powered on to be used as a build machine. I'm not sitting at it, using at it, because not long from now, it's going to go in a box, and I don't know when it's going to come out of said box. T. Okay, so this is building. Did I give that a -J option? I don't think I gave that a -J. I did not give that a -J option. There we go. Yeah, I'm going to probably be adding more people as YouTube moderators just because I'm expecting it is quite possible that today is literally just going to be watching this compile all day long because I have no idea how long this is going to take. The NAS... Oh, actually, hold on. I built OpenBSD's kernel on a Pi, and I think it took about an hour. I don't need to build the whole thing, although I probably should. More realistically, if this is building with GCC4, which I assume it is, and I will have to check. I mean, it could still use 3.3, but I think I prefer to use 4 if it can. But I'm just trying the default target. I want to see what it does. Because when we were building it on 7.5, which we did get cross tools to finish, it looked like it built a GCC4 compiler. But that may just be because the... Oh, no, I'm pretty sure this is going to build a GCC3 compiler. Actually, now that I think about... Because it would have used the BSD own MK... not BSD MK. It would have used BSD sys MK from the host system. The version of that file in the current year does not define... Yeah, this is going to build a GCC3 compiler. which honestly may be fine. This may be a better starting point because at least now I'm using the same compiler on the same compiler. Maybe and for maybe try and get 5.9 going, like we can see what the actual problem will be. I would be interested to see if we could actually build on the 4 compiler. Because ultimately the way I think this is going to take the form is I'm going to have to run make cross tools on x86, build the updated root file system, boot into that updated root file system somehow, and then from there it's going to words are hard. It's from there going to basically keep we'll build the full release, we'll install the full release, and then we rinse, lather, repeat. Oh, something failed. Something failed. Yeah, that was kind of what I was expecting. All right, let's just try GCC 4 because if I don't have to patch the compiler, I'd rather not patch the compiler. And more realistically, I think we're going to have better success with GCC 4. So to do that, I need to go to sysmk. I have to be root for this. Or, well, more specifically, I have to do as. I really wish I had pushd. Maybe, oh, that was not what I wanted to do. Maybe it's not actually installed to the system. Maybe it's only in the source tree. Because then that would be... here we go. So there it is. GCC3 arches Motorola 88K VAX. And then we have the everything else. So we should just be able to get rid of VAX here, and it should build a GCC. So apparently the main reason they didn't do it was due to memory, which I'm not as concerned about. So now that should build a GCC 4 compiler. And I will also edit it here just so it's in both places. Here. I was trying different ones, and it was trying to build GCC 3 with GCC 4. I just want to, if I can just have a GCC 4, I'd prefer it because at least I know it's more reliable as a cross compiler. And most of the BSD, like, I can't imagine the 88K stuff gets heavily used, but we'll find out. All right. Okay, let's try that again. Because we were able to build the cross compiler with some effort on 7.5. We did get a VAX OpenBSD cross compiler. So I do know this will compile. It's just going to fall over. We weren't able to get much further. But like I said, it really wants to. 5.8 really wants to be on 5.8. NetBSD works on a Dreamcast. Does OpenBSD have a Super H port? Because that would be a prerequisite. I feel like only Super H, despite being a very common embed file architecture, my God, nothing runs on it. It really, like, it never really got out of Japan hardware platforms. OpenBSD does not have a Super H port. Here, do they have one at any point? Because I'm looking at their discontinued. They used to have a Palm one for running on Palm Pilots. They had a couple of strong arms. They had an Arc, Pegasus, Sun 3. Yeah, so the Luna workstations are the only ones that it actually, it literally has an entire architecture port for two pieces of hardware. There was an NVMe 88 port. Fascinating. God, getting into 88K, there's an idea. Oh, it's LAN disk. Hold on. Let me look at that then. Let me see what it actually supports then. Oh, it does run on Super H. I wonder how hard that would be to get it to run on a Dreamcast. I actually am curious right now because I don't know anything about Super H. I've never programmed for the platform. It's like VAX I know because of historical context of Unix. You just learn it through osmosis. But Super H, I have never... The closest I got was building Hello World with the Windows CE toolkit. I'm using Tmux to create the HUD and the outer bar. And I'm using Screen with Tmux, so I don't have to do it. It's a little bit of a cursed terminal setup. I may have nerd sniped myself. Okay, so that's fun. We actually had this problem beforehand. It couldn't figure out how to make this prerequisite. Fuck. I don't remember how we fixed this. Shouldn't be having the same problem, though. don't know how to make... Oh, wait. Didn't we have to add it to, like, CC target? I remember having to do that. Because it definitely was missing some stuff to be cross-compiled. Yeah, we had to add it to this file. Yank 2. All the stuff we did yesterday did prove to be somewhat relevant. So, like... Alright, cross tools. It's cool retro term. Oh god, I don't even want to think about trying to run anything on the Saturn. I mean, as long as you only wanted to run on one core, that's a... I believe that was a Super H2 was the Saturn? Or maybe, was it the 32X that was a Super H2? Yeah. I don't know if I'm masochistic enough to actually do that. Like I said, my end game, I kind of want to see my next station run Darwin. And that feels like an achievable goal because, realistically speaking, I have the source code to a lot of ports of Mach over many, many years. Motorola 680XO is well emulated. It is well documented. As long as you don't use Motorola's documentation. Everyone else has documented it where Motorola hasn't. So, hypothetically, and I have the next 68K port from NetBSD as reference source code. So, realistically speaking, it shouldn't be that hard to go. I mean, all I would really need, I'd have to successfully set up the MMU, I'd have to start clocks, I have to have stdio out for the firmware buffer, I would have to have the glue code for IOKit, which may not even be platform specific. It may be somewhat generic. That's me having copium. I mean, alternatively, I could go for the last versions of Rhapsody. Like, I don't know for a fact that I have the technical skills to do it, but it's an interesting idea nonetheless. Yeah. We're using all the power of OpenGL to create a fake terminal. This is a digital Yule log. All right, that's going to build for a bit. I'll be let's see here. Yeah. I've never managed to get it working on WSL. Alright. Yeah, I'm going to get a drink. I'm just going to let this build. something failed. Oh no. Alright, why are you having all this? It was doing this the other day. Don't know how to make C prerequisite of... What is the actual build step it's failing on? Okay, don't know how to make /vax. That should not be duplicated like that. Fact that I think I yanked too many. I didn't do that edit right. Okay, well, that explains it. That will do it. Alright, I may have to clean it again. Yeah, damn it. Because I've already learned that this build system is fragile. You know what? I think I should probably install CC Cache. I need to figure out what is the best... Yeah, let me actually do that. Like, can we get that from package source? Please tell me you have CC Cache. Yes! Okay, Oh, maybe with Vim I had to do install. Alright, so that's going to grab CC Cache. And we'll be able to do that with the next build, which, well, maybe we'll be able to do that with the next build, but we'll see. It's not going to help that much. Well, no, you can use CC Cache with a cross-compiler. Yeah, see, I never... No, I had one system that had a monochrome display. It was a hand-me-down Desk Pro 386 of some sort. It had been my father's computer before me, and then it became my computer. Because my father worked in academia, so he had fairly decent equipment for the era. And it was a fairly well-funded university, so... They never asked for the old equipment back, so he had to hold on to it because it wasn't technically his, but there was no problem letting me install games and such, so that's where I used to get his hand-me-downs. And then I got my own machine Christmas one year. I like the ThinkPad 380D that I actually still have today was his originally many, many years ago. One of the few systems that I'm going to just hold on to just for nostalgia's sake. I would like to find one of an XD that has an active matrix and swap them, because it's the same LCD connector. I just don't like using that machine with a passive matrix display. And maybe if I get really lucky, I'll be able to find a PCM CIA SCSI card, but those things are fucking unobtainium. So hopefully we'll make some more headway on this one, because I feel like last night we hit a wall and just didn't get anywhere. Yeah, I'll probably end up streaming. I don't know what day we're headed. It's the drive begins, but I'm probably going to stream every other day until then. Because largely speaking, I'm waiting. At this particular moment, I am waiting for license plates and such. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, most of my career has been dealing with slow computers because I was dealing. When we started the port of Ubuntu ARM, we could not get fast silicon. So what we essentially built it on, I believe the very original build boards, I think they were early Armada boards. They ran the Debian Armada port, which existed at the time. It was like, I think it was 300 megahertz, maybe 400, and I would probably say half a gig of RAM. That sounds about right to my memory, but it may have only been 256. I remember we had a lot of them, but I also remember these are glorified cell phones. Yeah, like Panda boards were such a huge win when they came out because they were the first multi-core SMP board that you could actually effing buy. Ubuntu had pretty good support for the Panda board. Then TI left the market, which made a lot of people sad, and then Raspberry really, because really you had the TI boards as the higher end. I don't want to say higher end development board because the Pi 1 was never really intended to compete with that, but you could get a Pi 1 for about $20 to $30, which ran originally a pretty bespoke Linux. God damn it! Are you kidding me? Did I got this working the other day. Like, I am not going completely crazy here. If target arch is VAX... Okay, so, and then target arch is machine arch, so GCC CPU should be VAX. But that says target CPU default 0. Here we have target CPU VAX, target default. Like, what is it doing here? Okay, so target CPU default is a thing that comes out of... Alright, let me just look at the make files. I didn't want to make a new terminal. Okay, yeah, so there's definitely some places where this needs to be extended. Let me just keep looking through this. So it looks like I'm pretty much... God, this is a messy file. Like, why is i386 all the way down there? It then has a bunch of other things basically added in. Uh... Problem is, I'm not sure what it's unhappy about, except this is where it generates that giant list of tags. It basically comes out here. And then it gets unhappy for reasons. But this probably... So what is this doing? So target include... This is the list of headers that go into tm.h. Determine the contents of variables used by the target and host config files. So this basically becomes a giant header file of Doom. Doom! But Doom, nonetheless. So... I am right now just experimenting and seeing what changes the error. Because at this point, I'm a little bit... This is definitely a build system thing. I just don't know what it is, what it isn't. I gotta figure out where it's like putting... Like, where is it actually putting the object files? It's it here or is it somewhere else? Like, I know it creates links. So it goes here. Is there an object directory? No, there's just a build directory there. It tries to run make depend. And then it stops. And it's complaining that it doesn't know how to make file C, so we're looking for something that has a path variable of some type. What we're looking for is cc tools makefile. Yeah, see, I'm looking for the file that becomes basically... Okay, so copied unchanged, so... Host TM list is fine. Hashtag is fine. Like, we're looking for a file that basically becomes... Let's see here. TM file list. Wait. GCC CPU. Oh, there's the object directory that I was looking for. So makefile target. Target arch equal vax. Are we not getting here? Like, are we not running this machine arch? No, hold on. It's complaining about a C file. Yeah, don't know how to make .c prerequisite. So it can't be that one. Oh, actually, no, it could be that one. Alright, you know what? There's an easy way to check. GCC CPU equal vax. Oh, fuck me. That was it. Maybe? Something happened. Oh, okay, hold on. Hold on. I think I fixed it. Yep. Hey, Chad, I did a thing. I mended a thing. Oh, God, I am, well... Let me just do a full clean, because at this point we've seen that weird crap happens. So let's make sure this is an actual valid build error before we continue onward, because it's generating... I should use CC cache. Let me make J4, but I'm afraid it's going to go kablooey. Especially because I'd have to look into the make files and figure out exactly how to do that. I mean, if we have to do this on Vax proper, it's going to be in the time span of, like, without additional... I really need, like, a good techno lo-fi soundtrack. I just hate that... Like, YouTube is so fucking unforgiving. I can't edit the VODs to mute out issues if I accidentally use a licensed track. I just lose the money. It's so obnoxious. And I find the background music is needed simply because there are times where I just will go long periods without speaking. Like, I know if I was on the other side of the stream, I would appreciate the music. So ultimately, the first test is seeing if we can build with GCC 4. Fingers crossed. I don't know what commentary to add. I have found this a really fascinating experience, even though I find the more I use OpenBSD, the more I just kind of wish I was running NetBSD. This is all Kevin MacLeod music. It is the soundtrack that you literally heard in every video in YouTube in 2009. But the great thing about music is that tastes change. So, and most people haven't been on the my YouTube account's from 2006 to give you an idea of how long I've been at least passively watching. I unlisted a lot of my older videos, but this has been my YouTube channel for God knows how long. I've only really decided to try and be a creator, though, in the last few years, and even then I've been facing some serious life obstacles that are very thankfully no longer going to be an issue moving forward. Or so I hope. This is looking promising. We're actually compiling GCC now. Yeah, that's actually looking like it's building something relating to the actual compiler. Because we did get a GCC... prerequisite of... Wow, it is legitimately fighting every little bit of this. So it doesn't know where CPP demangle is. but it's part of Liberty. So there's GCC target machine description. So it runs depend, prerequisite of depend, blah, 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 blah. Do not know how to make, yeah, so it ends up in C++ filter, which is where we are now. So what exactly does this do? So this basically is doing like a recursive search for a make file, I think. There's nothing left. It's always not fun having to build, having to figure out things like, all right. So it's running to the pen step. BSD wrapper. And then so we're now running the GCC4 code path, so that would be down here. So it goes through here. It does depend, make all. I don't know if you... I assume you probably do actually need the depend, although I have gone away... Dependencies largely more matter when you update source. You should technically be able to build without them, but... So we're running this step here. It's basically recursively going through every dependency. Alright, so we run through here. We don't know how to make CPD mangle. And that's there. Alright, so... what is BSD source directory? Oh, you're kidding me. Does it actually care? Oh, it fell apart because it wasn't in user source. Why the hell was that? Oh god, it was detecting the version I had installed on the host. I hate that. This. I really can't decide if this or Illumos is worse as far as build systems. Illumos was not particularly well documented. At least OpenBSD, I didn't have as much problems in the basic case. That sucks. Okay. All right, we have now beaten the first hurdle. We have in fact managed to turn it on. God almighty. I don't, chat, what do I even say to that? Like, this build system was not meant for mere mortals. Yeah, if I had a nickel for every terrible build system that I worked on while doing package maintenance for Ubuntu, I could retire. Like, I could properly retire. I'm going to just sit here and, you know. I'm just going to contemplate life right now. Oh, look. Oh, God. Chat, I see the error. I see that error. Are you fucking kidding me? Did it do what I... It fucking iced. The compiler went belly up. That's not even the cross compiler. What is it trying? Balls. Don't even know what to say to that. Okay, is that what it just built? Like, did it? I'm sorry, I'm just kind of sitting here. Okay, maybe GCC 4.2 has problems. On level of 1 to fucked, how fucked am I? Like, which compiler actually shat the bed? It does look like it's... it does look like the one we just built. Yes, it does. Is it... Alright, I'm going to do some unholy... I'm going to do something a bit unholy here. Alright, is that the command line? Okay, that does work, so... Sometimes you get lucky and you can make it work if you turn off the optimizer or you reduce the optimization level. Frig, I can't copy paste it. How do I get that somewhere useful? Oh, hold on, I know how I get that somewhere useful. No, it actually generates something. The assembler actually doesn't like the source code that's coming out of the compiler. What is going on here? Save temps and more information, please. It actually is outputting something the assembler does not like. What version of bin utilities is this using? Like, what linker is it actually using? It's running CC1. Well, we're not even getting to the linker. What version of gas is it running? That might be the problem. So how does it determine what bin utilities it's using? So it looks like it just uses bin utilities 217 unconditionally. Just for shits and giggles factor. Can we get that to work? Hey, UKJ. Sorry, we hit problems with bin utilities, so I need to do a clean build. Let's see if we can convince it to use less old bin utilities. Although I'm surprised that GCC should detect that. Like, that is a bizarre failure. Well, it's building. It's running. Did I run this with Jay? No, I didn't. At least this system is not doing anything else useful, although I can actually hear it. I can actually hear the hard drives grinding from all the I/O usage, because, you know, it's going flat out doing this. That Celeron does not have a lot of get up and go. It was never designed to be used as a build host. But a turning machine is a turning machine. Because NetBSD 5.8 can only be built on 5.8. The VAX version ended life on 5.8, and my attempts to build 5.8 from 7.5 did not go well. So I just gave it, and you also cannot apparently build from a 64-bit host to a 32-bit host. There is a actual failure mode in the makefile for it. And turning off that failure and trying anyway had problems. So I decided to just give it a 32-bit host on the same version of OpenBSD and see if it is less unhappy. It's still unhappy, but it's considerably less broken than it has been. Because right now, yeah, it's currently now building the regular bin utilities. I'm worried that something's going to break, but it's just possible that they've only used makefile. It's possible it's just been committed that way, and no one's bothered to update it. OpenBSD uses a CVS server. I mean, their source archives are pretty messy, all things considered, to what you'd expect in, like, Git. Simply because commits are not fucking atomic. I am really hoping this works, otherwise I might have to massage the compiler. At least this doesn't look like an internal logic boom inside it. It literally just looks like GCC's putting out opcodes that GAS doesn't like. So that's hypothetically not a problem, although GAS, I'm surprised that someone did work on the GCC4 backend. Mostly just because I've been wanting to do it. At this point, one of my moderators got a VAX machine on the network. I am moving, and as part of that, I'm also getting rid of a lot of my older systems that I largely have not used, or I did a video on and now have no reason to hold on to because I have no projects planned. So this machine, so the idea of trying to get a new operating system, and I put "new" here in quotes, running on a microvax kind of amuses me, and I've kind of been in the mood to do OS development anyway, even if it's just dangerous hobbyist sort of thing. So it's basically because I want to. I mean, that really is the only reason. I put a video out, and it's content. Like, let's be honest, it is topical for the channel, and I've done a lot of projects, but I haven't really enjoyed a lot of projects. This one, at least I'm not in a bad headset. I'm less miserable about than some of the ones I have worked on. Well, it failed, but in a different way. Alright, let's... Does this still... Yeah, that does still do actually give me some stuff. So, instead of... Can we just get, like... the /s output of this? And instead of putting it... here... Well, actually, it should try and put it in the local file. So let's just see if we can do that. And we do end up with it here, the unwind S. Where is it blowing up? You know, chat, that doesn't look like, is that VAX assembly? That looks like x86. Are those VAX opcodes? Hold on. Let me look at integer arithmetic. No, okay, so CDDL2, but it says no such instruction, but that is a valid VAX instruction. So we are generating VAX shit, it's just not... Yeah, I think this still needs to be 1.7 because I think what it did, I actually think it built. I don't think it built a linker. I think it's trying. I think it's actually trying to use the system linker. Built-in specs. Let me just Google and see if there's a patch. Okay, this bug report has nothing useful for me. I have never been particularly good at debugging a compiler, but... Oh, well, there's the first time for everything. Yeah, I don't think that actually built a cross tool chain. I think it built... Yeah, it built this. And I'm pretty sure if I made like a hello C, it won't work. I don't even have to go that far. I think I can just do like... Because that should require no headers. That shouldn't require anything. Oh, it is actually documented here that build source dir has to be set. Okay, well, that... I always have a cross-build environment, target RCC, given release, used to make build target slides here. Well, I know what I did. That previous change was completely bogus. I'm going to have to look a little bit more on how bin utilities works, but let's go back to what was there, and let me see if I can see exactly what's going wrong. Cross tools. And then J4, and then do as. It's kind of why I didn't want to use their toolchain. I do know that the Luna 88K port does still work and still can be built with GCC3, even modern versions. We did a fair bit of tinkering on the build system, so it is possible that the GCC3 port will work again. I'm just not convinced it's going to make a working cross compiler because I've had so many problems trying to get GCC3 to be a cross compiler. Like, I did try it for Solaris PowerPC for VCF, and I just span my wheels. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was looking at... my brain is a little fried. Yeah, I was looking at R, and it's like... I was making sure the opcodes were valid because God knows my brain is just not here right now. I'm not. I rather though when I'm working on it just live stream it even if I'm not running on all cylinders. Looking at the CPU graph on the NAS is a little funny actually. Yes, the NAS is quite busy right now compiling stuff. So, let's see here. Oh, yes, thank you for that. That is important. Yeah, that is important. Thank you. This build system. This build system, man, I could probably just put the Symlink in, Symlink. So I don't have to care. That would be nice. So let's let it get all the way back to that compiler error. I just want to see what it's what the assembler is actually yakking about, because I could just build a more modern bin utilities and see if it's happy working with that, because I have this feeling it might just be bin utilities 2.7 it's unhappy with. Although it might be calling gas directly, because it doesn't look like... Well, I know old GCC would call gas directly. But it looked like it might have been running as a library. I don't know. We'll see when we get back to that. Because unfortunately, the toolchain has been modified more than I was hoping. Thank you, chat. Like, you don't appreciate all the things that AutoConf adds to your life until you don't have to build shit without it. Alright, so now that's building bin utilities. Yeah, CC cache probably would be a smart idea. It's just I don't even know how I'd integrate it into this build system without breaking it. Because this isn't normally how GCC is built. GCC normally builds itself and then it cross-compiles itself. When you build a cross-compile, you're technically supposed to build a native version of that version of GCC, but you run into problems with that, especially on 64-bit platforms. Okay, so now it's actually building GCC proper. I just saw it build the Vax tree. So, presuming this has the same problem as before, and if it doesn't, I'm going to cry because inconsistent results make me just... Ugh. Okay. Tis be going. Tis be going. Tis be going. You know, I'm going to see if the algorithm has been liking me, because when I live stream multiple days in a row, yeah, I'm getting the algorithm bump. Although I'm getting... Apparently my revenue has gone down. Whatever. Because I haven't had a video come out in a month, but the video will drop soon. Alright, building standard backend library. Building gcc.c. Okay, so there's where it iced. Junk at end of expression. So, you know, it helps if I don't type ls into my live streaming console. I didn't kill the stream, did I? Well, I do see the algorithm to some extent, because the algorithm, when it sees that a video is getting views, it'll start suggesting my other content. So let's run the command, and then that's going to generate a new unwind S. So what is it not happy about? It doesn't seem to like the move for AP. So if we go get the crosslinker. So we have Vax AS. Junk expression at end of AP. What is it unhappy about? Okay, hold on. I'm actually gonna have to look at the machine reference manual for this, because I don't know I don't know my Vax assembly. Yes, I'm actually trying to port an operating system without having read the manual. Okay, so that's move long opcode. Source, read execute register, destination, write execute. Does it not like the addressing mode? That should be valid, though. Like... Processor registers. Okay, so what is AP? Okay, these are just talking about the special registers. I want the, I like the more idiot level VAX programming manual. No, I would not want macro. My God. Okay, here we go. VAX instruction set. Of course, they don't have a written summary of the blasted. Here we go. VAX macro instruction set reference. I would love to, like, know something about General processing register modes. So, from what I know about playing with Unix on other platforms, this tells me it wants to dereference AP, but I don't know what AP is. It wants to move the contents of R3 to AP0. This looks like valid VAX assembly. Yeah, I think it... Let me see if I can find... Here it is. Basic architecture. It's only in Chapter 8 of this book. Significant extension to the PDP-11 family. Data type is the byte, the word, the long word, quad word, blah, 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 blah. Float handling, D handling, G handling, H handling, variable list, bit field. Can I please just get, like, a list of registers, please? Processor status word. Here we go. Instruction and, yeah, okay, so according to the programming manual, putting in parentheses like that is the location of memory address, whose address is X. 4 means we're representing 4 bytes, would be the size of a long on this platform, if I read the manual correctly. Long here is... yeah, 32 bytes, 4 words. 4 bytes, so... yeah, so it wants to move to R3. It wants to move a single word, a single long from R3 to memory reference by AP4. By AP. That looks valid. Argument pointer, and I'm assuming I can legally dereference that. Like, let me just see if I put, like, R3 there instead. Obviously, it's not going to work. I just want to see if I can assemble it. No, it does not consider that a valid move instruction. Is it having problems with the other ones? What the fuck is going on here? I gotta think about this. This looks like valid code that's coming out. I think the linker's I think the assembler's broken. But why is GAS not liking this? VAX unknown OpenBSD 5.8. That is correct. Alright, you know what? I'm just going to let me grab a newer version of bin utilities. Let's just see if we can assemble it on new bin utilities. Yeah, you know what? We'll just grab 42. Let's go for it. Like, let's just see if we can actually use it. From what I saw in the source code, they basically just plain imported bin utilities. They may have patched it some, but I can't imagine it. I mean, if it's just a problem with gas, I can always drop in a new gas. It shouldn't matter. Come on. OpenBSD's files. I don't know if this is OpenBSD being slower than, or if this is the spinning rise NAS hard drive not being particularly quick. Actually, I don't have a good reference manual for the VAX assembly. I'm basically learning as I'm going. At some point, I'm going to get down and dirty with VAX assembly, but I haven't done so as of yet. Alright, we are targeting VAX unknown, OpenBSD 5.8. Well, it changed my target to VAX deck, but that shouldn't actually matter. Alright, can we, let's just build gas, because that's the only thing we actually care about. Okay, I guess we can't, so we just make... Oh, fuck me, I need Gmake. I really hope I'm going to be able to compile that. Oh, I already have it. Cool. That turned out not to be a waste of time. That's nice. Alright, Gmake 4, please. We are definitely BSDing hardcore. And I have a little bit of pizza left over. This is quite good. Oh, shit. I accidentally started playing a YouTube video. Why did the bill... It said it errored out. Was there a dependency missing, or is it just because it was -J? It does appear to be -J broke. This is the most modern version of bin utilities, and apparently building it with -J breaks it. I tend to prefer MIT license over all else. I used to be much more a fan of GPL, but I really don't like what v3 became, and why does that not fucking compile? Are you kidding me? Bin utilities won't compile? You know what? Fine. Let me try an older version. Okay, I'm waiting for the directory listing. Can I please have it? Did their FTP server just, like, stop working right at this second? Oh, there it goes. Let's like try. Let's grab like bin utilities. 30. Let's try like 35. 31. I have this feeling I'm chasing a wild goose. Usually it's faster if you don't have dash V. I mean, Coddle had some good things going for it. It's just incompatible with everything. I mean, I would actually say I have a preference to weak copyleft licenses. Like, I mean, realistically speaking, GPLv3 did more to convince people not to use free software stuff than anything else. I mean, look at Apple pre and post. GCC definitely was a... Okay. So, can we make J4? It's just going to do all... See, that one's not, like, racing off and doing a whole bunch of other configures. Like... Okay. GPLv3 is the problem, you know, it's the problems with putting politics in a license. You're trying to argue how the user use it. Like, ultimately, my biggest problem with the GPLv3 is it violates the Free Software Foundation's Rule 0, that the user should have the right of what software to use, but the Free Software Foundation discourages that wherever you can. It's one of the things I really dislike about that. What? This is fine. This is fine. What is this? I don't even... I only need the .o file. I just need the damn assembler. I don't need the linker. No, that's a different error. For the love of... I mean, that looks like that. I mean, the fact of the matter is that looks like valid assembly to me. Which... I need to install OpenBSD VAX on something. Like, I have to just install it in SimH. I could conceivably install it on the NAS. Let's be honest. This is going to run for a very long time. Although I could really run SimH just about anywhere. Like, I have it installed on... I have SimH set up on the cloud with NetBSD, so I could just I don't know, make an OpenBSD one just so I have a system I can test shit on. It's just I'd have to do the networking setup, which is a little bit more irritating than I'd like. I have to think about. I'm literally sitting here thinking about how to do it best because I'm going to have to solve that problem. I would probably have to go and find the necessary patches to fix it, or I'd have to find some sort of workaround. Okay, well, at least apparently it recognizes VaxNetBSD ELF as a target. So that works. I thought we got across the... You know, we probably died at a similar point at 7.5 because it didn't ever finish make... Did it finish cross tools? I don't remember, actually. Yeah, I have a video that comes out on June 1st and is available now to members talking about running NetBSD 10 on a VAX. Alright, so that actually built... do as make install. Alright, so now we have this assembler. So can this build that work file? No, it cannot. I mean, there's not a whole lot in this file. It's mostly all definitions and headers. Okay, actually there is a fair bit of code in this file, but... Well, these are all stack functions, like... So we have the .i file here that basically represents the actual file it's trying to build is this one. Right, so, like, there's no actual code here. Oh, there's some. Although it's only having, like, these two functions in it, like read uleb 128. Like, where's the hell's the rest of it? So much is broken just right here at the start. It's frustrating. It's like, it's not even building it correctly. It's... Like, if I just get rid of the unwind S here, just to make sure I'm actually building the right thing. Oh, it doesn't come back. Okay, hold on. Submit full source. Oh, no, that was what it was doing beforehand. It was trying to... Alright. In function okay, so the actual failure is in function read uleb 128. So what exactly is it? So let me look at this. Read function. Let's actually just see what this is doing. I'm going to assume that this is the correct version. Okay, so it is actually blowing an assert. Frame pointer needed, hard frame pointer. So it's blowing, it's reaching this assert, and then bad things happen. Can we just omit the frame pointer? I don't think that actually helps us, but it gets an offset. It gets a register, so RTX. It eliminates registers. It then determines if the frame pointer is needed. So it eliminates registers. Null RTX, get code. Yeah, but you still need the frame pointer in certain cases, so I want to actually understand why this is busted. Because this is falling down on the literal first file we're trying to compile with it, which doesn't make me happy. So what does eliminate regis do? So it is literally called in this one function. And this is part of the gen sum program die. I guess this is the die must be from die. This is a assert. Gotta love when Google has absolutely no help for you. GCC assertion, frame pointer needed. Where is... Okay. Is there any place in the VAX directory? Because obviously the compiler works for the general case. It's just the VAX case, it doesn't seem to want it. Frame point enter neater, SP, blah, 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 blah. That seems all okay. I probably should try... Yeah, it's like frame pointer. You know, it's actually just worth trying by having it forcibly always admit the frame pointer. Like... Or that would be no admit. Okay, so that's exactly the same bug. Let me just see what it says if I have admit. Just so we know. Yeah, no difference. We have fixed a bunch of build bugs. Let's see if we can actually build GCC3 then. Because then I can kick this can down the road. If I can kick the can down the road for the time being, that's a good thing. If not, then we're going to have to deal with it the hard way. So, with that being said, let's go back to GCC3. It was worth. We now know that there's actual logistical problems from us using GCC4, but it doesn't look insolvable. Okay, so we add to GCC3 Arch. We add this back. So let's nuke the build directory. I can probably go J6, to be honest. I've allocated 3 cores to the VM. You can usually get away with J2 per core. Great kicks. I'm really expecting, oh, is my volume screwed up? Testing. Looks like the music volume got lowered. What it's playing is just very soft. Yeah, it seems fine now. Alright, I'm gonna stretch my legs, because I gotta think about this. I might have to actually tackle that ice. Because I'm not going to be stopped by one compiler ice. Mats in my bathroom seem to want to kill me. I stood on the mat and it moved, and my foot moved and the rest of me did not. I thankfully did not fall over. Well, no, this is not emulation. This is an actual Intel Celeron we're on. It's my Synology NAS. Because I'm basically sitting here thinking about this. If I've got a compiler ICE problem, they never got it. I mean, they're still supporting Luna 88K with GCC 3. So conceivably, I could stay on GCC 3, although I should probably upgrade if able. But man, I have this feeling that I am a long way away from a successful build. Honestly, I am somewhat wondering if I could get this to build on NetBSD. Like, I have no real intention. Like, I probably would use the Vax build for something. I don't know what, but something. But, I mean, like, I went for all the effort to port Doom to AIX and even got sound working. I never even played through the whole game. Okay. It's complaining about missing bison. Links are now set up to make a cross compiler. So, okay, so yeah, it's complaining about incompatible implicit... well, that wasn't actually why it's failing. Why is it failing? Size of... So, okay, so 40, it's on line 48, it gets unhappy. Sig size. Yeah, so it gets 48, which then becomes here. Host bits per long. I have that horrible sinking suspicion I'm not going to get a cross compiler out of this because it seems to be wanting stuff from I have no idea why it's sent twice. The internet is a strange and unusual place. defined if limits doesn't. So does limits on OpenBSD have like char bits in it? Like more specifically, if I do char bit, yeah, it's there in syslimits. So I guess I can just add that as a header file? Dot question mark? Must be syslimits, I guess. Or syslimit. Or, you know, it helps if I spell include properly. Well, that fixed one of them. Size of long is missing. Is that one defined somewhere else? Yeah, I feel like there's a configure script missing. I think we can just define it by hand. So, define size of long would be 4, because we're on a 32-bit platform. Now what? Free undeclared first use of this function. Stidlib. I just want to see it build. I'll worry about a reproducible build later. Okay, so now what is it complaining about? Attempting to use poisoned bee copy. Oh, it doesn't actually like me doing that because it redefines I have to put this lower down, I guess. Hold on, let me just try it right now. But then it complains about poison bee copy. Yeah, you should be... Why is that considered a poisoned bee copy? That don't work. Now it's complaining about a broken strut. Hold on, I probably... Alright, so there's hconfig, so why isn't it like this? It's complaining on line 7 of expected... I think it doesn't like something about what I'm doing in the other header file. Yeah, I don't think it likes this. Or something I'm doing in the other file. Oh yeah, no, look, right there at the top, I left some identifiers. Hey, look, there we go, we got that built. We die in the next file, but hey, at least we're, attempted to use poisoned... Oh god, this is actually... What is these... So apparently this is a GCC feature to prevent you from doing basically what I'm trying to do. Why is it... Alright, so what does it have to say about these poison calls? I'm just going to disable that and hope for the best. Was poison defined somewhere else? Yes. Still poisoned. Could it still be executing those pragmas? It doesn't seem like it should. Oh no, there's more places. There's more places where it's poisoned. I am doing some deep fucking magic here. Like, we are very, very slowly actually getting through this. Like, I can get these errors to clear. I'm not convinced I'm going to get a working end result, but at least we're getting somewhere. Like... Like, this also needs a definition, a thing for free. Like, can I just include stdlib and make it happy? Like, no. Oh, actually we can, because that got onto the next file. Alright, so why is it dividing by 0? Oh, right, because the limits it wants are just not there. That's easy enough to fix. Like, this is not the way you should do it. Like, what? Every little file. Why did it error out there? Error type field. Yeah, I have this horrible sensation this isn't going to get me a working compiler. Char bit, well, I can just add the header file and hope for the best. Size of int. Is that like I of Newt only ooh, I don't actually know if it's 2 or 4. Oh, it would be, no, it'd be 4. Yeah, it would be 4 because this is a 32-bit platform. Short would be... Yeah, this is interesting. This is knackered in some interesting ways. I'm going to be fascinated with the end result links. Yeah, it's not defined. It must be an internal variable as part of the config script. It's probably not working because we're building a cross compiler. I'm assuming that the cross compiler target even works with GCC3. Oh god, it might not actually. All right, define size of int 4. I have no idea what those declarations are. It's that thing that exists. It's probably a syscall something. It's a sysstat. Okay. I'm assuming when we look in here. Yeah, that's sysstat. That's sysstat. I think when I do this for real, because right now this is me just getting an idea of how fucking broken this actually is, I should just shove it in a public header file. Okay, so you, what was the, you still need... You also need strings. And you need 3. I should look at chat, because chat's probably complaining at me. Alright, so now we're to CPP int. Which looks like it just needs sysstat as well. You know what, where is this system H file? Like, can I just add it there and make it, like, all happy and joy? Like, can I just add include sysstat here? Like, this is probably what I'll do when I do this properly. This is me just screwing around. I shouldn't say screwing around, because I am actually learning from this. Oh, nope, that actually broke something. Yeah, no, it is just sysstat. Oh, I got some garbage at the top of the file. Again, why I don't like this version of VI. So what's chat saying? Okay, so you want, this now wants a copy of the free, okay, you know what, that's fine. Void, free, void. So it wants charbit. Yeah, let me adjust the volume. I can lower it. There we go. Ah, fuck. Which compiler shat itself? Oh god, I iced the system compiler. I actually caused the native compiler, the one that shipped with OpenBSD, not the one we're building, to ice. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, you miserable piece of shit. Like, something went bad with the Gimple processing, because I recognize what it's looking at. Those are zero extending DI. That's x86 registers. That's Gimple code relating to Chat, I've now broken 2 compilers. Chat, I've literally broken 2 compilers. I have a broken VAX. I can't, when I try and build VAX 4.2 as a cross compiler, it's Kaputski. If I try and build it as an i386 cross compiler, I blow. Sorry, if I try and build it as the GCC free compiler from GCC 4, it explodes. Let me just look at the code it choked on, and let me see if I can massage it at all. Okay, that's a long and fairly complex function. It's literally choking on valid code. I need a moment. Chat, I'm currently in the Angry Dome. I am literally in the Angry Dome right now. On the plus side, I have beans and rice. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. OpenBSD is a product of Canada. It's not designed for It's not designed for Americans to drive on it. That was my experience on the Trans-Canada, and that's my... I'm not giving up yet. I'm just currently mulling what I do next, because that sucked. God damn it. I do think GCC 4 is probably the less bad idea. Because right now what I'm thinking about... So GCC 4 compiles, but it breaks when I try and compile it. When I try and compile GCC 3... the native compiler breaks. I am really unamused by this fact. If I had a working ports collection, I could install a newer GCC. Although I don't think that would help me. But I have been literally foiled both ways. The other one seems less bad to fix, though. What is the host CC? Yeah, 421. It was the last version that was GPL v2. Same reason Apple stayed on it until Clang was good enough to use. The honest truth is it would be easier to native compile, but it'd be very slow. I was expecting to use a cross compiler to speed up the damn process. But the flipping userland will not build that way. There's been a lot of small changes to the compiler over time. That means that it's diverged from upstream GCC. It probably has different behaviors of the built-ins, which is what happened when we tried to build the NetBSD, the OpenBSD kernel of the NetBSD 10 compiler. I would basically have to take the entire set of patches that OpenBSD has applied to GCC since they imported version 4, and then I'd have to apply as many as is humanly possible to GCC 10, which is what OpenBSD is using, and hope that the end result works. I'm debating if I have the mental tolerance to native compile it. Because if I native compile it, at least I've accomplished something. Like, I'm actually sitting here trying to figure out if that is a viable option. On SimH, it would be faster than real hardware, but we're still talking possibly weeks for it to complete a build. It was the original reason why this port was retired. I know that NetBSD, which is a comparable codebase size, takes 3 months to build natively on OpenBSD. Oh, sorry, on native hardware. So, I'm going to see if I can fix this compiler. And not this compiler, the GCC4 one, because I feel like that is a less bad option. Alright, so if I want to go back to GCC4... So this will get us back to where we were icing originally. Well, I'm currently sitting here thinking, we know the problems in Dwarf to Owl. So let's do a Google search for Vax to out, a dwarf to out. Okay. There are some patches for it, but I mean, this is 2001. Let's see. Let's try GCC frame pointer. Like, there's gotta be some. Maybe there's something in the commit history, but it's also possible it got fixed by something incidental. I'm currently looking at the config files for Vax on the other screen. More results from gcc.gnu.org. GCC compiler internals. Wow, it was literally written by Stallman himself, but you know what? That's actually useful. Because right now, let me read the actual technical description of Dwarf to Out. Because this is actually talking about it. So, Dwarf is the debug format. I did know that, but I don't know why this is asserting. Because I really want debug information. I'm almost certainly going to need it. There is some VAC-specific stuff in the Dwarf files, because there's a VMS debug symbol table format. So it's got to have some if statements, but... Actually, there may be some discussion here. No, that's irrelevant. I'm just getting random fodder from Google because this is just old, very messy code in places. Yeah, I'm looking at the Git repo and I'm not seeing anything. Let me see what chat's saying. Yeah, I'm currently... also, I appear to have broken more things. Shit. Oh, did I only edit... Hold on, which file did I edit to... Yeah, I only edited this file. I didn't edit the base file. I mean, I'm just sitting here mulling because I'm like, presumably you can build it on a VAX. Like, normally when you build GCC, I mean, I don't assume GCC free is, yeah, it's not available. Because if I had host GCC 3, that would be an option. So ultimately, we're looking for something for how the frame buffer is calculated. Let me look at dwarf to out C. Okay, so dwarf to out. And then we are looking at frame pointer. Yeah, this is a long file. So I at least know roughly where it is, because I'm currently looking at the most modern version of it and seeing if it does anything different. Where was that function that we were dying on? Was it like 06? Oh, here it is. Calculate displacement. That was the name of the function. So what does this do in the current version? Well, interestingly, on the current version, it no longer has this assert. It said something called frame buffer offset valid. Alright, I'm looking at how this works in the current version of GCC. Okay, no, so the assert is still set. So it does calculate... Chad, I think we can disable this assertion. Specifically, GCC says here on AVR, which is a microcontroller, there's no stack frame in which to eliminate. We can use the hard frame pointer and debug information. This is ultimately debug information. I can disable this assertion and we should be safe. That is probably a really stupid idea, but it should work. I got my start helping with Debian on Motorola 680X, M68K. OpenOffice had a month-long compile time. It's only gone up from there. So let's get to the point where it ices, and then I will disable that assertion. I have no idea if any VAX 9000 still exist. Okay. So we should be getting pretty close to the point where the compiler blows its brains out. But yeah, I do think we can just disable this assertion and keep going. With the knowledge that we are going to have major problems if we have to pull a debugger out, which unfortunately we probably will. But I would at least like to get some progress. Like, I can come back to this problem at a later point. Okay, so, you know, that was dwarf to out. Let me actually do the patch right now. What was the name of that function? Compute frame pointer to FB displacement. Yeah, I can just comment out this insert. I suspect bad things are going to happen due to that, but that's a risk I'm willing to take. Because at least then I will have probably other useful error messages. Or so I hope. See if there's anyone sending me messages. Like last time I looked on Mastodon, there was a bunch of useful images. I tried VirtualBox on Windows and it did not work. I was able to install it, but it would not boot into it. It may be a problem with the VirtIO driver. I was on Oracle VirtualBox 7. I mean, maybe we get lucky and just disabling that one assertion makes the whole thing work. I'm not that optimistic, but it could be nice? Question mark? Because ultimately speaking, if it's outputting dwarf information, it's generating the debug stubs. I don't know how far into the back end it actually is with the compiler doing that, but I assume it would generate debug stubs after it's compiled the whole thing. Or it's got the full AST map completely figured out and has ready to make code, because you'd have to calculate the offsets for the stub information. We tried the TCG emulation in QEMU, and we were 1/10 of a Raspberry Pi. We're using a Raspberry Pi as our benchmark. The NAS is about the equivalent of 4 Raspberry Pis. In context, my laptop is about 12, and the desktop is about, I think it's 25 to 30 Raspberry Pis running OpenBSD. Chat, that's a different failure. Chat, that's a different failure. Are you fucking kidding me? Junket end of expression. That's a different file. No, that's the same file. What the hell is it doing? I think I need dash S actually. Yes, okay. So we again get this construct of, so it said it was dying on line 20. So presumably, yeah, it's dying right there. No, it does not. It does not accept that. Junket end of expression. It looks like valid VAX assembly. It smells like valid VAX assembly. Yeah, we're getting variations on a theme here. The modern bin utilities rejects it. The old bin utilities rejects it. You know what? Let's see what it's doing on a different platform, because at this point I am rightfully stumped. This doesn't make sense to me. So let's get the pre-processed source code. That's E. Alright, so that's pre-processed source code. So let's grab that file. Now I need one of my VAX cross compilers. I have one on NetBSD, so we can use that. I want to see if we can compile it with the NetBSD compiler, because this is one file. We should be able to build it. That's what I'm trying to find out. I want to see what this I want to see what the NetBSD compiler is assembling it to, because that will at least give me an idea of what it's doing wrong. Was it 64 not 64 8. Okay, so that's the NetBSD GCC. So this is a preprocessed file. It should... Right, I just can't use it like that, can I? Like... of course. You know what? This is fine. Everything is good. Can I really not use that as a general cross-compile? Well, hold on. I don't want it to actually compile. I don't want it to link. Which is what it was probably trying to do. So, obj tools, vax. See, this I need to give it to make it happy, to find GCC path. Yeah, this probably has to be a full directory. Did that do something? Option K is ambiguous. Hold on, I want to just see what it... Let me just get the assembler output of that. Did it... It did actually generate the assembler output. And the output is different. Yeah, that chat, that's actually different. What the fuck? Look, on the one that the net it's putting an ampersand in front of the register pointer. Chat, I'm just kind of sitting here. I mean, that's consistent with how gas works on most platforms, that you have to decorate the registers. So why isn't that working in GCC? I've got to actually look at GCC source code, because I remember we had a similar problem. I've literally got to look at the config file, and I gotta need to see how this actually generates fucking machine description syntax. I mean, we're literally dealing with the stuff that's coming out of the compiler. Oh, hold on. Set up definitions before build OBSD old gas. What is it defined for NetBSD? So the compiler defines something called old gas. I'm not sure if this header file actually gets used anywhere. Let's see if this... Let's figure out where this is actually, like, you know, used and defined. Okay, so what does that actually do? I'm guessing it either... No, the @ sign just tells it's a register. It's just how gas works. Like... Yeah, so there's an if-den here. What is this if-den control? There's stuff relating to frame headers here, but I don't think that's super relevant. I'm a little bit like... No, this is where it actually all gets printed out. Chat, is that possibly getting interpreted? In case, so this is, so it's basically taking in, this function takes in the RTX source code, which is basically no, I don't think, this is not something that should be configurable. This actually looks like something choked. I have a feeling I know what. Let me see what the code looks like today. I think this is choking on OpenBSD's fprintf. How does this look on other platforms? Like, let me look at, like, ARM. Because this has got to be a common function that exists on other architectures. Like, or something to this extent. Yeah, it does exist on our architecture. So let's look at, like, ARM. Fine, we'll look at SH. Look, the code is actually changed. It's got an @ sign in front of it. Is that something from upstream, or is that something the BSD devs have added? Because as I've been told, VAX does support Super H. Super H is supported. So that would be here. No, that's not changed. That is exactly what it looks like in the upstream code. I think it's registering that as a string though, like Unless it's a NetBSD specific change, which it could be. Alright, so where is that called from, then? Like, why is the assembly so different between these two platforms? You got this working as is? Hold on, let me get on Discord and figure out what you've done. Using full release, CD source, make cross, extract CD source. I didn't use the CD source. I used the two source tarballs. Alright, you know what? Let's just try a completely clean build then, because if... Because apparently, if, like... Let me grab the CD source directory. Alright, now that's going to take 7 minutes to download. I am deeply confused. This isn't a VAX. This is my NAS that we're currently on. Well, the fact of the matter is I should go, if you can get this to build, are you building on, you're building on i386? And did it build GCC 3 or 4 as its tool chain? I see. Yeah, you gave me the faster link there. All right, you know what? We're just going to try it and see for the best. All right, well, we'll see. I mean, I couldn't get this to work on VirtualBox, but... I mean, the fact of the matter is I had a compiler ice when I tried to do that, though. Like, I did try and build it. If you had to make no changes, though. 336 and no code changes. You just extracted it and went. I'm running this on the hypervisor on my Synology NAS because it was the only thing I could get OpenBSD to run on. I mean, this is a fresh install. I literally just installed it for this stream. Yeah, I tried that SAP. It may just not have liked running on an AMD card. Oh, no, hold on. I used a 64-bit. I did use a 64-bit version. Because we hadn't figured... I'm actually not sure what I used. Let me see if this works. If it doesn't work, I will look at reinstalling the system. Because if you're getting farther than I am, that is entirely possible. Well, I'm going to do it as root because at this point, this is starting to drive me a little bit batty. Because at least if I can get one cross compiler working, I can use distcc and I can speed it up on the VAX. That will literally save days of build time. If I really get ambitious, there are ways to do cross-linking, but I think we'll just live without. Because distcc should be the... Like, it would shave probably 30% of the build time off. I don't know what the actual thing would come down to, but... Alright. So this is extracted now. So makefile cross target vac. Hold on. Let me now make sure I put all that back to the way it was. Okay, well, let's see. Did you run it -J or not? Because, you know what, I'll run this, because maybe the -J option is causing it problems. Yeah, you know what? Let's just not run it -J and see what happens. If this blows itself up, then I don't know what I do, because apparently the problem is with apparently trying to build on a Synology NAS does not work. so it's still installing. I'm just gonna sit here and wait because at this point I'm starting to lose my mind at this. I'm just like... I really would not like to get past the compiler step. Like, GCC is one of the few things that I really am never comfortable debugging. But it's also one of the hardest steps you have to do as part of this process. I mean, I'm probably going to have to do stuff with GCC, but this is going to be a learning experience all the way through. I'm just kind of flipping through Discord. So, let's see what's going on. Like, I woke up late today, so I'm just gonna take a look and see the state of the world. Let's see here. If this works, I'm just gonna kind of weep in the corner for a while, because it means that it has a non-deterministic compiler. Or a compiler that's sensitive to initial starting conditions. So we're in bin utilities. Like, now I'm wondering, should I run a memory test on the NAS? Because it's had a couple of hard cycles in its life. I wonder if there's a dead bit of RAM on it. Yeah, so the way we do it with Ubuntu is inherited from the way with Debian is there's the rules file, and then that runs in entirely isolated in vacuum. And occasionally you have to do stupid things to work around that, like when you have a self-referencing dependency. Like Palo, which is the PA RISC bootloader, when Ubuntu still had a PA RISC port, was built in the clean room because it could not be cross-compiled and it could not be... because Arch all packages on Ubuntu were built on i386. These days they're now AMD 64, but yeah. I would like to, like, once we have a starting point, I might make a more serious effort to fix the GCC4 compiler, but at least I know for a fact that we'll be able to use GCC3 at least for the short term. Whether or not we get all the way to, because right now the goal is just 5.9. If I get to 5.9, I'm going to call this successful, and then anything past that is brownie points. And I think that's entirely achievable. Yeah, I think a full system build on the Pi took about 2 hours, and this is quite a bit faster than the Pi. I really do appreciate just how much versatility a Raspberry Pi really has. I just wish I could run OBS on one. But I guess I could plug the HDMI capture into one of those USB sticks. And I could technically run my channel off 2 Pis. Okay. So it's still building GCC. The problem with being a build engineer is you only use your brain every 5 minutes. Because most of the time you're in extreme fun twiddling mode. So I believe that's linking the compiler. Wow, I can actually hear the hard drive thrashing right now. That looks like a C library or a kernel. The file names look like a C library. Yeah, it's now using the cross compiler. Okay, lesson learned. Don't use -J. Like, literally, apparently, I'm going to go over here and sit in the corner for a bit. Like, this isn't even angry Dome. This is sad and confused Dome. Because I have literal video evidence of it icing. Like, I'm not imagining my errors. They are real. Oh god, I sound like a paranoid... I do content creation for a living. It should not... It should not be surprising that I have evidence of the Heisenbug. Like we literally had video evidence of the Heisenbug. Today I learned that I can cause transient internal compiler errors on OpenBSD when building OpenBSD VAX from OpenBSD. The magic is non-deterministic. I am just... I am... The thing is that most people don't have 60 or so witnesses to Heisenberg, to quantum uncertainty as related to computer bugs. I have no idea what Armsky is. I'm just going to accept this for what it is. I mean, let's be honest, that's kind of how I feel about it. Yeah, and I got the results of the terminal there. That looks like AIX term, or at least motif from the screenshot you posted. Yeah, now we're on libSSL. Okay. So the next thing would be to set up SimH, and then with SimH set up, see if I can discc. Well, I mean, you could just use you could just use DT term. It is free and open source. God, imagine that as the end game. CDE running on a very bespoke OpenBSD build. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Connor Burns. Wait, did I say that right? Yeah, Burns. Lesson learned, don't dash J. Alright, I'm gonna make some fresh tea. Look, it's still going. I don't know if I could get Could I get Firefox? No, Firefox has handwritten assembly. I really don't want to try and get Firefox going. WebKit might work. Very old versions were entirely in C. So it's conceivable that you could get some sort of WebKit to work, but nah. I just find it amusing watching crypto operations that Avax has no chance in hell of actually running get installed. We're going to have to load SimH on here. I guess I can run it on the laptop for now. I'm going to need a more long-term solution than that, but I can run SimH on the laptop for the moment. Because if we're going to use discc, then that is probably the best way to do it. Because this is basically making sure I can do the forward and back compile and make sure my approach is sane. Yeah, I mean, we're almost on the far side. I mean, I believe, I don't actually know how many lines of code OpenBSD is in total. I get the sensation it's much smaller than the other two, though, just based on relative compile times. Dillo would work, and there was VMS Mosaic. I mean, there were web browsers for VAX. It was a platform available on in the internet era. I don't think I am trying to think if anyone would have ported Netscape to a VAX architecture, and I'm thinking there may have been a port of Netscape to... There might have been a VMS Netscape port. Actually, let me look that up. Let me see if Netscape was ever ported to VMS. There's Netscape Fast Track Server for OpenVMS Alpha. Oh, Netscape Navigator Plus was 5 was supposed to be available for Alpha in '99. Yes, no, there was a port of Netscape Navigator 3 to VMS OpenVMS VAX. There's, in fact, I found a YouTube video showing it. You know what? It's a very small channel. I haven't actually watched the video, but this guy has video footage. Yeah, it's one of the later ones. It has compact branding even. Okay, so the next step is I'm going to have to actually install OpenVMS 5.8 VAX in SimH. So that's what comes next. My neck is a little bit irk-a-dirk. There's OpenSSL it's now building, which I'm assuming is the command, the actual frontline command. Yeah, VMS Mosaic just refused to die. There's now Mosaic CK, which is Cameron Kaiser, I think his name is. He runs the Floodgap server. Which is the de facto root of Gopher these days. As in, it's the only actual place trying to be a root server for Gopher. Frame buffer, it's funny that frame buffer is talking about a platform that very frequently didn't have frame buffers. But I have never actually touched VAX prior to this, excluding playing with it in SimH for some reason. Like, I know that I've probably played with it at least once, but mini computers typically don't do it for me. Like, I've been following Azagi's Electric's quest with the Centurion, but, like, I could fire up a Centurion emulator, and I'm like, and now what? I used to have a bunch of Sunfires and an RS6000 one that was a full tower one. It was a huge thing. I don't have it anymore, sadly. I would like to try Alpha, but my god, like, I do actually have Alpha hardware, but it's still in kit form. It's literally the motherboard and components required to assemble an Alpha PC. it should fit in a standard ATX case. I've just never actually done it. Yeah, well, there's a lot of people that basically Compact and then HP, because HP was already knee deep in Epic and Itanium, so I understand why they killed it, but it's just one more reason to give the middle finger to HP. Yeah, I've done some of my first work on actual real Unix, like Unix, because this is OpenBSD is sparkling Unix-like, but with a maple aftertaste. Conversely, since it's not only not from the Murray Hill region of New Jersey, it's in fact from Canada. But like many Canadian tech products, it just has the American plastered over it because it still has hard BSD 4.3. Oh, I'm going to hell for that. When I make a video on OpenBSD, I feel like there's going to be many Canadian jokes because most of my mod team knows that I like making that. It's nice to listen to local news, and listening to CBC accomplishes that. Ontario. No, Theo would. I believe Theo Desrant is from. I believe he's from the prairies. The default time zone is mountain, so I think he's from Manitoba. One of the two Canadian provinces I actually haven't been to. I'm missing Manitoba, Saskatchewan, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. Yes. Well, frame buffer, Mexico was also part of the one country code, as was Central America, and a good chunk of the Caribbean still is. The Dominican Republic is still 846. No, if it's Quebec BSD, I'd have to provide it in French, and I don't want to have to learn Canadian French. Oh fuck, it actually compiled. Crap, now I actually have to do work. I actually have to do work. Okay. So I should have most, if not all, of a root file system here. And I do, in fact, have a root file system. So now we actually need to install it on something. Okay. Yeah, I have to just install OpenBSD on something. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. So I should have SimH here already. I hope. ... It looks like I compiled it. No, it does. Looks like I have not compiled it. No, wait. I have a bin folder. I have binaries. Oh, right. That was me when I was playing with Rogomatic. Like, that was literally months ago. I got Rogomatic going on SimH. But you know what? I can use that as, like, the start of it. Like, let's make a SimH folder. Actually, you know what? There's a document for this. NetBSD OpenSimH, which I'm assuming is like going to give me the fastest config I can possibly get. Actually, you know what? I've already done this work somewhere else. Let me just go get the file. So that's everything I should need to make a OpenBSD boot vax. Copy it in. I guess it's a Pico feature to replace all. Okay. So now if I go vax. Hey, that does. Hey, look, it created a new root file system. And that's the boot firmware. Okay, so now let me grab the install CD for this version. So I just want the full install CD. So copy link address. Okay, we wait for that to download. Because we're going to have to install it, and then we have to copy the files on top of it. And that way we'll know that we have actually successfully cross-compiled it. No, I mean, if I really wanted to irk every deck person, I mean, let's be honest, I'm probably the first actual deck Vax content on YouTube, at least as far as long form videos. Like, there's videos of Vax on YouTube, but as far as like edited work, it's talking about NetBSD. I mean, let's be honest, you know, of the winner of Unix versus VMS at deck, NetBSD was the one who won because it's still supported. Yeah. Yeah, it's not. This is not something you should be doing. But I'm a dangerous amateur. Okay. I mean, nothing to do but wait for it to download, and then we do much install. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, build SH is the fucking gold standard. I mean, if you've ever had to deal with fucking... Compare build SH to build root anything. I tried this one over the other one, and it's faster. And the laptop is now plugged into Ethernet. Oh, look, it's downloaded. I literally step away from keyboard and it downloads the rest of the file in like 3 seconds. course. Alright, so how do I put a CD-ROM drive on this thing? Okay, so... set 1, set 0. Oh, okay, so SCSI. So set to CD-ROM, and then this will be install 58 ISO. Okay. And incidentally, that this is completely everything I'm doing is complete free and open source. Like, this is the one big advantage of this is that there is no copyright concerns. I can freely redistribute anything from this. Okay, so unit is read only. So we now need to install this. Let me just give it more memory. Like, I should be able to go all the way up to 512. Yep, I can. That is a stupid amount of memory for a VAX. Oh yeah, it's even going to do a memory test of that. Hey, there we go. OpenBSD VAX boot. So now we need to install it in the emulator. Okay. Those are small hard drives. Hopefully, it should be enough space, though. Okay, so... Yeah, Chad, I think I have to make it... I have to put a bigger hard drive on it. I think I just have to DD in 0 OF. Can you not just, like... I can't just read dev0 and make the file bigger? Now what? DD, do I have to be root? I mean, it doesn't really make sense, but... Okay, so that works. Alright, I guess that's... I guess it didn't like a bite size that big. Alright, well, that works. Alright, there it goes, booting up. I keep forgetting that one. We are testing the first actual compile. Apparently you can't use -J. So I'm installing a VM right now. Yeah, that looks fine. Auto layout. I'm installing a VM with the last VAX release, and then we're going to try and install the cross-compiled version over it. Because I'm then going to see if we can do a native compile from the VAX using distcc and seeing if it can be done in a reasonable time frame. So now we wait for this to install. So because now we're on... This is an emulated VAX, so this is still going to be much faster than the other one. But it's not fast. It's just faster. Yeah, on one hand, returning to work means having to deal with humans again. It's like, I'm enjoying my life as of right now. But yeah, this is definitely getting there. Let's see here. Like, I'm definitely actually starting to see some traction. With some of the streams. Like, the last few ones actually seem like they're doing pretty well, all things considered. Considering that they're live streams. Like, let's be honest, there's very few people who are going to watch my VODs all the way through. I'm just seeing if YouTube has any useful in analytics. Yeah, it's like... Because, like, there's a section on the YouTube analytics that talks about videos that grow your channel, and all my live streams are marked as low. So, but I don't know when I'm going to have enough I don't know when I'm going to be able to do another video. Either I get this to a point that I'm happy, at which point I will edit all the live streams together, because at this point I'm not even recording it locally. I am literally just going to use the YouTube VODs. Yeah, but I mean, realistically speaking, as compared to a 20-minute video, how many people are going to commit to an 8-hour video? Like, there's this current documentary that went up of like a 6-hour thesis on North Korean propaganda, which I kind of want to watch just because I find anything relating to North Korea, it's bizarre is the word I would go for. You're not the first person to say that they use my VODs to help sleep, and like, let's see here. Oh, okay. Alright. Me just checking the Mastodons. I mean, when it really comes down to it, it's just a matter of making a decision coming through to it. I mean, that's what stops most people, is they never, you know, you make grandiose decision and you make large steps. I mean, for me, like I said, OpenBSD 5.9 should be an entirely achievable goal. The VAX development code, the VAX code was removed halfway through the 5.9 cycle. So realistically, there's only about 3 to 6 months of development. The code could not have changed so dramatically as it to be harder. As I move forward in time, it will get harder, but it shouldn't be hard to begin with. Oh, so subscribe to N Commander. You want to send me money. You want to see more videos. Do you guys hear anything? I don't know. It sounded like a whisper. I have this sudden urge to contribute to my own channel. Oh, God, help me. I think I'm losing my mind. Oh, you know what? I have a tin of Altoids sitting right here. Well, you know, being the narrator of some people's dreams is not a bad life aspiration. This is your host, N Commander, and tonight we are going to talk about psychological horror. You probably could. I mean, Netflix is built on FreeBSD. They're probably the single largest... No, I mean, they're a fan company. They are on certainly the largest FreeBSD user. Yeah, there was also, these are the wintergreen ones. I really like them in fall. Hey, look, the base package is almost done installing. Oh, I did. Someone actually became a Patreon as of 2 minutes ago. Oh, that's funny. That is actually funny. Apparently that does actually work. Yeah, PS4 and PS5 Game OS is based on FreeBSD. I don't remember what PS3 was. I think it was a bespoke hypervisor and may have been FreeBSD based, yeah. NetBSD shows up in some weird places, like Apple time capsules are NetBSD based. I don't know why. i386, and then it's got to do compilers. You know, I wonder how many of the BSD core developers actually play the games in the game folder. Okay, now we're waiting for the compilers. Yeah, I think Nintendo's the only one that is really holding on. Although their current Horizon, the Switch is based on Horizon. They had the brought-on embedded one for the Wii and the Wii U. I don't know. The Nintendo fan community, it's like you're dealing with a company that actively seems to hate its users. Like I said, it's still way faster than actually installing on the real system. But I mean, like, current game consoles, they do everything except play games well. Like, yeah. Sorry. I'm just stretching my back out because, like, I suddenly felt all my energy, like, leave me. Yeah, I mean, Horizon I think is entirely bespoke. It might be licensed from someone else. Like, Brought On was from a God, I don't even remember the name. No, Brought On was the company. The OS was called iOS. That's what the system menu ran on. But I mean, operating systems these days are a commodity. I mean, realistically speaking, if you don't care about any sort of compatibility, you can use your GL devices on Linux with absolutely no issue on ARM. The official dev kit for quite a few systems basically assumes that you'll boot up to a command line system or not at all, and then render GL stuff. Like, that works great on ARM. It's just if you want it to work with, like, X, fuck you. So 1 minute 33. Yeah, well, I mean, Nintendo's always used off-the-shelf CPUs and GPUs. They've never done their... I don't think they've done their own silicon design since the original NES when they had the lockout chip. Okay. 9.4, 9.5. I always hate when it gets stuck at the end. Yep, come on, finish. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all about the Switch. Sorry, I'm probably going to be more quiet than not, because like I said, there we go. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what it is. I mean, it's one of the simplest installers of any operating system. It's not user-friendly. It's not easy to use. But you could easily run it on a very, very slow terminal link. I mean, operating system development is hard. Like, let's not get any ands, ifs, or buts. Short of a large enough advantage to compete CS theory, it is unlikely in the next foreseeable future that we're going to see a large paradigm shift in operating systems. I mean, they're basically commodities at this point. Because really what matters is what the It matters what the applications you run on it are. I mean, realistically, all the BSDs are similar enough that it's really a matter of flavor, unless you need something. Because NetBSD these days has a port of PF. PF is home into OpenBSD. ZFS has become pretty common, so pretty much the need for commercial Unix basically got sublimed by the BSDs, and Linux has become its own thing. Okay, that is done. Reboot. Okay. Oh no, it's booting off. It's still booting off the CD-ROM drive. Okay, performing system tests. Hold on. You have to set it in the file. Disable auto boot. Okay, that's the system. Let's make sure we boot all the way up, and then let's go get the cross-file system. How am I already tied? Oh, that's gonna take a bit. That's what Control C is for. Deck killed Deck. It was the getting bought by Compact was a lot of it, but they really did not. They basically got their lunch eaten by Intel. On top of that, there's a lot to say that NT for Alpha did not meet expectations. Cool. Alright, we've got boot. So, the thing we should do now I don't know if I could actually run SSH on a VAX, but I think we're going to find out because it's probably the easiest way to try and transfer this. So let's grab the cross VAX directory. Let's just grab everything in that. And that's going to become cross 58 tar. I'm not even going to compress it because that'll just slow it down even more. Oh, hold on. So this is our freshly, we technically don't need the object directory. I probably can't exclude it. Okay. That is build complete. How much did that come to? $141. I have my doubts that this can actually work, but let's find out. Apparently you can do it. Oh, 4.8. Okay, that explains why it's not working. Okay. It's not fast, though. Okay, so now we need to wait for that to download. Then we can see if the home-rolled OpenBSD cross-compiled system is bootable. Yep, we just need to let that finish. Let's run a straw poll. Let's see what people feel like if it is or is not going to. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to save those files, but yeah, let's run a poll. Well, it seems 57% people feel like it's going to work. Yeah, well, loudness wars, but applied to advertising. Another 5 minutes or so. Let's get it. Let's light. I got some incense sticks here. Let me light one. The package is in the other room. Oh, no, here's the package. I knew I had some. Another 2 minutes. I'm sorry, I ran out of small talk days ago. Just progress bar simulator all the way down. Well, I mean, at this point, I've probably streamed, like, what? I'm more than 40 hours on BSD and VAX content alone. And, like, you can see in the streams, it's like, I am sitting here at the keyboard. I might move away for a bit just as a break, because being in front of the mic drains energy in and of itself. And tomorrow, tomorrow I have to make pilgrimage to the Motor Vehicle Commission. So, I will probably write this up as an ends life. I have to find the fucking GoPro. I found it while I was cleaning. I set it aside and then managed to lose it again. I really do wonder how much people learn from just watching my streams. Like, for me, this is stuff that, so far, we haven't done anything I actually consider hard yet. I'll hydrate. Three, two, one, blammo. Okay. Mm-hmm. See, the plumbing isn't all that bad. Alright, that's extracted. So then let's copy back the let's see if that works. That was a weird registered What? What is this? Just Cosmic Ray Day? Tim, it's because it's the only thing I could get to run OpenBSD. The Infinity Way, which is my laptop, is an ARM64 system. I needed a 32-bit i386, and it would not run on my desktop. It went belly. OpenBSD went belly up. It may not just like. I've heard that some AMD processors don't work well in 32-bit. Chat, it's booting. That is actually booting. Actually, you know, I'm going to let it... This is emulated. This shouldn't take too long for it to actually generate the host keys. But I also don't care. That was running the new kernel, right? No, it's not. Did I not extract it to the right place? That's still running the FIO kernel. Or did it not build the kernel? Oh, it may not have built the kernel. No, we did actually extract it because I lost my root password, and yeah, there's no non-existent user now. So we did actually rebuild the userland. We didn't build the kernel. Okay, that's important to know. Me. Yeah, okay, I guess we didn't build the kernel. It's a different target. It's a different target. It's cross-sys, not cross-distrib. And so if we look at cross-vax... No kernel. Where did it put the kernel? It only built the standalone stuff. It didn't build the freestanding kernel. Let's see here. The question is, how do I actually get to build the kernel? That's building the bootloader, but it's not... Yeah, we have ArchVax. Depend all and install. We were able to build the entire userland, but for some reason the kernel didn't build, and I'm not sure why. I'm looking at it. Eval cross environment, make object, depend all, install. Making a release, fetching source code. Boot time configuration, custom kernel. CP generic custom, make your changes, config. Yeah, where it's definitely major pain now. That really doesn't make sense to me. Hold on. So it evals over here, blah, 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 blah. I'm assuming the sys top level stuff is just that. Oh, let's see these magic incantations. This might be the document I saw days ago and I couldn't find again. Cross build tips. Yep. Yeah, I saw this and those are incantations. That is some proper incantationing. Right, so common definitions. Eval, export, cross environment. I'm just reading through this file just to figure out the incantations. That is a lot of incantations. So object directory would be... Alright, so here's the sys folder. Kernel build S. Sys is not a directory. What does config want? /s. 4 levels above. Okay, hold on. So I think I gotta be in sys arch vax config. No, I think I need to be in compile. 1, 2, 3, 4. Source directory must be specified. So s user source sys. Kernel options have changed. What? Okay. So now we need to presumably build with the VAX compiler. So VAX. There's the cross environment, so I think that's what I need to do. Make file target. So that's how that works. Okay, well that makes things actually quite a bit easier. So now I just type make... Hey, that's building the kernel. That is building the kernel. Cool. I assume this is going to work, but we should just confirm it for the sake of confirming it. Alright, so now I need to look up how you do distcc of a cross compiler. Because it can be done. Okay. cool. That built. That actually built. All right. So, yeah, so I do have BSD, and then we can just copy this to the N Commander folder. Now we get on the VAX. Okay. Wow, that is slow. All right, reboot. Oh, nope, that failed again. I think the next thing I want to do is get distcc working, because ultimately speaking, I'm now convinced it's going to be necessary. Hey, there we go. N Commander Emu at my... I'm going to have to fix that, but... Nice. That actually worked. So we have actually successfully rebuilt OpenBSD from source. Now the next thing is to actually build the release. Okay, so I do want to change my domain. I just don't know where it's getting that from. All right, it's just root and no password. I don't know why I'm calling it target, but I guess it works. Alright. So we can build it from source. So... let's just grab the source code and extract it. I just want to see how bad it actually is. I don't think it will be usable, but... ah, fuck. I have to copy... SCP... So one of the things I did have to do is I had to upgrade the cert pem file. Okay. Do I need to reboot? Hold on, I can get this from the Euro mirror without encryption, so I'll just do that. Okay, there we go. Well, we're going to be cross-compiling it with CC, so I have to get through all the necessary hoops. I do want to see how slow it actually is, though. Like, I'm curious to see how much I'm going to weep. Because ultimately it means I'm going to have to do a lot of cross-compiling. But that's fine. This is fine. So here, let me catch up with chat. Let me look at the... It's been so many... I've done this before, so I know it can be done. I just have to remember how you actually do it. The magic trick, yeah, this is how you do it. Yeah, you have to set up the masquerade directory. You just need CC, GCC, and so forth. So, sorry, I'm just looking at Discord messages and such. Because, like, even for me, I'm literally just watching a progress bar. Great Q, great. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Great, Kyox. For more strange mispronunciations, the button is down there. The cross build was successful. We are now running it. We are now seeing if we can native compile using discc to make it not horribly glacier. Well, the VOD will be available later. I don't know how far we're going to go tonight. I think we're just going to let the native compile run, and if it's going to take a long time, I'll leave the stream running. No, what I'll do is I'll shut the stream down, and then I will run it as a new VOD. Just so we don't lose this one, because the VODs are basically going to be my footage. I'm a little worried about the sidebar, but I think I can work with that. Like, I should just be able to basically plaster over this and then stretch it out. It might look a little funky, but it shouldn't be horrible. Also, it looks like VMware/Broadcom is now starting to lose customers at an alarming rate. If the register in my Mastodon feed is to be believed. Yeah, I mean, Broadcom wasn't as, like, if I had to choose between Broadcom and Oracle. Oh god, I actually have to think about that one. Like, I was going to say I would still go with Broadcom, but I'm actually debating that because, let's be honest, Oracle VirtualBox still is a thing and it works. In fact, it works quite well. I will never understand why they are, like, the corporate culture at Broadcom has to be like hell. I have never, like, I've heard between them and Nvidia, I don't know who screws over the customers harder. At least Oracle, they didn't shaft Sun's clients. Let me put it like that. And, like, I really fucking hate to give anything to Oracle, but let's be honest. Google would have killed Solaris. Flat out. At least Oracle kept it going. It's like, fine. I mean, let's be honest. Oracle bought MySQL, and they haven't killed it. In fact, MySQL, MySQL isn't the popular juggernaut it once was, but Oracle owns it, and has for many years at this point. I have had this weird idea of installing the HP Unix version of Oracle 7. Or not HP Unix, AUX. I don't know why I want to do this. I think it's like the only actual Unix software that has largely survived. And the idea of seeing SQL Plus running on a Mac is kind of funny. I have no idea what I would do with this newfound power because I don't know of any free and open source applications that actually work with Oracle. I could probably find one, but I can't think of any off the top of my head. Especially a version that old. being said, I wonder if there are commando applications for Oracle 7 for AUX. If there was any place where I could see a commando application, which was a combination Macintosh Toolbox and Unix application on AUX, I could see Oracle Forms. I mean, the thing is that, like, the best videos on AUX, I would say probably Sean's video or That Doesn't Compute, but neither of them go into it. I mean, Sean, I was talking about this the other day. Sean makes great content, but as he said when I was trying to dump out the firmware of the iMac prototype, watching it being used for Unix, real hacker shit is kind of cool. And, like, there's no content like that on YouTube. But, like I said, I don't have a lot of competition on YouTube. I mean, as far as technical deep dives, Adrian's Digital Basement is all hardware. As far as the software side, there's a couple Commodore channels and there's a couple gaming. No one covers Unix. Yeah, it's topical versus in depth. Like, don't take this as a criticism, Action Retro. That's how his channel works. And I'm only going to make content that I myself am going to enjoy. Like, I don't really enjoy superficial dives because I can get the same result of a 10-minute YouTube video than I can get for not. And, like, my most popular content was the pinball video, and I've got a few others that get close, and they're all deep dive videos. Like, looking at it right now, is that the fire alarm? Hold on. That is the fire alarm. Chat, I have a fire alarm going off. Let me investigate. It's the alarm on the floor below me. I smell dinner and I smell burnt dinner. Like, I smell both, so yeah. I hear voices, so I'm not worried about it. Yes, the Celeron. No, right now we're actually on the MacBook, but the Celeron Go. No, an Intel Celeron opening a Chrome tab. Why, sir, must you forsake me? It's like, why? What have I done? I have served your files. Why must you test my instruction metal? Meanwhile, my 486 while running Windows 98, it's like, look, we can show all the race conditions. We can show all the race conditions in the Windows UI. WS Frozen, this MacBook Pro is faster. This is not a fast Celeron that we were running on. I was running this on a NAS because it was the only thing that would, the Synology NAS has a hypervisor. I only have one Intel system. My old Intel laptop completely is shot. Actually, both of my Intel laptops completely died on me. I had an old Dell Inspiron, which I kept around for this purpose, and it shat the bed. Like, it won't even turn on about 2 months ago, and I have no inclination to fix it. It's a disposable crapware laptop that I literally only had because the processor was not that good. Or I should say I kept. It was originally a work machine. So the NAS, the Synology NAS has a memory expansion slot on it. It comes stock with 4 gigabytes, and you can run hypervisor. DSM uses about 1 gigabyte, so you have 3 to play with. You can put a 16 gigabyte stick in it, which costs about $70. And now I have a 20 gigabyte NAS with 16 terabytes storage. It's great for stuff like Minecraft. Like, I can run a Minecraft server on it, no problem, if I just want time to pass in the world. Like, I ran my DDSS world on this NAS in a Docker instance. BVZ, though, the problem is it didn't boot. It literally would not run. Like, it would try, like, I tried it in VirtualBox, and I tried it in Hyper-V. And OpenBSD 5.8 would not start. Other people report success, but I'm AMD Ryzen, and the Ryzens are known to have problems with backwards compatibility. Like, unfortunately, if you really want to try and do shit like this, Intel. I mean, conversely, like, I've been much happier with an AMD. Like, the AMD system I've actually been quite happy with, all things considered. The graphics card, not so much. I had to go back to NVIDIA once I started using Resolve, but I was very happy with this Ryzen. Yeah. Yeah, we're also dealing with the fact that OpenBSD has their own bespoke forks of GCC 3 and 4. They're moving to Clang on the new versions, but we've had some compiler issues. But like I said, it will be fascinating to see how far I can actually take it. Like, I don't know where I go from this next. I think it would probably be looking at Mach is probably where I would go with it next. That or VMS, because I'm probably going to keep playing with the VAX for the time being. I'm having quite a bit more fun with this than I have with other systems, and given that I have no idea when I'm going to have an actual place, a permanent roof over my head, yeah. Sorry, I just got distracted by Reddit. Not... Well, I mean... The final destination is still up in the air. Let me put it like this. The reason I am not saying out loud where I'm going is because right now where I'm going long-term has not been set in stone. And I don't want to say one thing and then confuse everything. So once I'm actually on the other side, which in this case will be the place that I'll probably be living anywhere from a few months to a year, versus where I'm going to be ending up long term. And like I said, I'm going through this is a chapter of my life I'm closing out. The pandemic basically kept me locked in New York and New Jersey for much longer than I want, and that combined with external factors that is difficult for me to talk about. I'm still making my way through it. Yeah. They do not have an archive mirror. Some of the other mirrors have older ones, but I think honestly, I would probably put forth with the community to try and see if we can collect as many versions of old OpenBSD as they can, because they apparently are being lost to time. Like, you can't find like the 3X versions anymore. I presume that they're somewhere on the Internet Archive if you go looking for them, but it's still... It's still extracting. This is a VAX. This isn't the Celeron, so... Like, I gotta say, Synology, the Synology NAS has really treated me quite well. I've been quite happy with them, and I will definitely throw them more money in the future. Like, a product that just does exactly what it says on the tin and has not seriously has not had any serious faults I've had this NAS for a year and a half now, and it's been just an absolute battleship. The backup software I'm not 100% in love with, Hyper Backup, but I have Duplicity also running on it, so I have multiple backups. My backups have backups. We're doing SimH. We're using SimH at the moment because this is going to be faster than running on the real thing. The real thing runs at 25 megahertz. There were faster VAX. Like, even by VAX standards, the machine he bought is slow. Yeah. I have been really, the fact of the matter is things like rlogin are there. I can trivially enable Telnet and FTP. It's like, why haven't I not been using NetBSD to interface with my vintage Unix machines? Like, I'm kind of pissed at myself that I didn't think to do that earlier. But you live and you learn. I mean, let's be honest. It's not like it's not like there are guides for any of this. I hope at some point to go back to work. That being said, I am sort of wondering, like, if I were to live stream every day and just edit the live streams into videos, I probably could easily double what my YouTube channel makes, which would probably get me to 30 to 35K. I could live off that amount of money, all things considered. Like, it would be tight, but that's a livable wage. And the honest truth is, modern technology, I feel like, makes the world a worse place. All right, so just for shits and giggles, I'm just going to type make here, and hey, chat, look, the cross-compile script doesn't work correctly. Shit, it didn't give me a working compiler. Oh, this is going well. That's funny. Fuck you, but that's funny. That is a proper fuck you. I'm just deciding if I want to roll with this or if I just want to go get comp 5.8. I presume the actual compiler bits are here somewhere. Oh, God help me. Let's take a look. VAX. No, they probably are not there, actually. Fiddlesticks. Yeah, okay. You know what? I'm actually going to use this CC. We're just going to roll with this. I am can I roll with this? No, I actually need to build this CC. Yeah. Try AR. AR works. LD works. AS works. And I blew away the object directory, so, shit. Because I didn't want to copy it over. Ah, son of a bitch. Let me just download the compilers and install them. I really do think that's just going to be the easiest way. Because right now, I don't... Because I have to compile to CC. That's the catch. I mean, I could technically cross-compile it, but... I'm going with the fuck it, I'm lazy option. No, the problem is I deleted a bunch of object files to make it easier to copy across. I am actually curious to see how slow this is going to be on native metal. Because, you know, if it turns out that it's actually usable, then, like, well, fuck. Okay. The life of a build engineer. Oh, someone's sending me a friend request. I always get weird random friend requests on Discord. I mean, yes, I run my own server, but... Yeah. Moving issues in APR bug data and handling inspections. Alright, so that's downloaded. Now we wait for it to all extract. This is going to take a bit, ain't it? DisCC basically runs the preprocessor and on the host VAX system. It will then send the preprocessed source code to another machine, which will run the compiler, and then send the object file back. So the computationally hard part will be done on native code on the NAS. Oh man, chat, this is taking a lot longer to extract than I thought it would. I mean, you just gotta deal with it. Oh, there's a depressing statistic. Half the plastics ever made were made in the last 15 years. Yep. Alright, so now it's still... Apparently the kernel's in comp, not in... Oh no, that's just /sys, so that's just the folder. It's interesting how these man pages aren't in man 5.8. I guess part of it must be developer man pages versus user man pages. Although I can't imagine anyone doesn't install all the sets except for me. Like X, I could see as an exception, but I mean, just installing the base. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Like, you shouldn't have to install the compiler. I just ... question mark. Like, there's so much investment into Linux these days that I very much doubt, like... I'm really trying to think what you would have to really use Linux for, at least as far as web serving. Like, I always felt that... I don't know. It's like, I just find that the more recent Linux experience has just been so horrid. It's just, I don't see, trying to get the world to switch to a different solution is damn near impossible. And Linux had better marketing, is the better way to say it. More specifically, Linux came pre-running. One of the big advantages is that Linux came out of the box running Free Software Foundation software. the BSDs were still caught in legal hell, although it probably wasn't an insurmountable problem. So, I mean, there's probably a lot of people who look into the core of Linux and think that this is a great and organized system. It's a matter of opinion which one is actually best. I mean, from what I can also say here, like, the NT kernel has a lot of architectural advantages over both Linux and BSDs. I mean, Linux is caught up, but the NT kernel has largely... Let's be honest, the NT kernel for many years, ran on more things than Linux did, in terms of number of machines and different hardware configurations. It's gone a lot better in the last several years, but it's definitely an achievement. Or I should say the last few decades. But it was an achievement when it shipped, and it's largely based off... It's largely based off the design principles of VMS. Somehow I'm gaining viewers even though it's getting later at night. Okay, that's all extracted. Do I now have a working C compiler? No. Okay. Huh, that's actually compiling quite a bit faster than I thought it would. It's definitely not fast, but it is compiling. Yeah, no, now it's going to stop being fast. Alright, so let's see if we can, like, speed this up with some disk-cc magic. Alright, so what I need now is let me grab disk-cc. Because I'm going to have to compile it. You need... You're kidding me. It needs, Liberty? Do I does... I'm currently sitting here thinking about the best way to, like, I'm really feeling like technology hates me right now. Did I already grab this CC? No, I did not. I'm wondering if this is actually worth the time and effort. Ah, fuck it. I can grab it from bin utilities. I'm trying to think, where can I actually get that? Doesn't require a handmade to be auto-generated from Git instead. Here's install. Okay. So it needs Python, it needs Liberty, and it needs AutoConf. I would actually have to probably grab that from package source, wouldn't I? Let's just see how far it actually gets, because, I mean, this is actually much better. That looked better than I thought it would. Maybe I don't actually need dist CC. Being able to cross-compile is useful. I can look at the ports. You know, like, let me see if there's a pre-compiled one in there. Problem is there's no backwards compatibility here. I would have to recompile it on later versions going forward. Like... No, Chad, I'm pretty sure that this is probably worth the time investment to figure out how to get it. The problem is that I could grab it from ports, but it's not going to be able to find the dist files. And for the future, I'm not going to have ports available because these are going to be completely new builds. I installed package source on here, but package source takes a while to set up. I mean, I can try. Like, I had to handhold it a little bit to even get it to go, but yeah, let's see. Alright, so that's grabbing dist CC. I could just try and install ports and get it from there. But when I tried that earlier, it just didn't work. It wasn't able to download things. It wasn't able to find dist files. It didn't look trivial to get it to work. I could let me let it download the ports thing in the background, like. Let's do FTP. I actually don't have a second way to log into this system because I don't have SSH running. And there's going to be no R login. SSH might actually be usable, but I'd have to generate the host key. I'm just going to keep the output off because they'll extract faster like this. I was using 5.8. Yeah, let me see if I can get this to go, and let's see how this is going over here. Yeah, so this did actually install dist CC. So I can get it from package source. I just have to be patient enough to compile it, but I can get it from package source. Let's see. Let me see if the ports collection will do it, because ports collection, I feel like, has a better chance to work with this old compiler. That's my hope, anyway. Like, it's a C application. Like, does it really... Yeah, see, it doesn't even link to those libraries. Liberty, it's static linking to. Well, it's going to be the same compiler on both ends because I've built the GCC 3.31 OpenBSD compiler on i386. But I don't know how much the actual compiling is the slow part of this. Nothing to do but wait. I'm sitting here. I've got oranges. Or tangerines. Maybe I should have just done V so we'd have content to look at. I mean, this is proper paint drying right now. Or maybe I should have extracted it on the desktop, although I These are good tangerines. Like, these are proper. I mean, at this point, I can either end this stream and start a new one with it just doing a native compile, or I can get distcc going. Ooh, these are good oranges. Yep, it's sipping that fine Canadian port wine, straight from Halifax, you know. So much Canada, so much wow. I'm actually wondering if it would be faster to cross compile. Let me see if I can actually cross compile it. Because if I can cross-compile distcc, that is literally going to be faster than what we're doing right now. Okay. That's tea. This tea needs a little bit of sugar. Alright, so while that's extracting, let's drop to... Let's not be root. So... package source include... Yeah, look, like, there's no liberty here. It's... Okay, so 3.4. 3.4. Oh, you can just disable it. Alright, so where is the VAX compiler? User object, user cross VAX. Oh, did I nuke my compiler when I deleted the object directory? I may have blown away my compiler when I did that. Yeah, let's find out. Let's find out. So... No, apparently I didn't. So let's just add that to the path. Export path. Hold on. Compiler cannot create input files. Why can't you? I'm assuming because I accidentally killed... No, apparently it can. Vax. Did I spell it wrong? Oh, is there no GCC in that folder? Or is it only CC? Yeah, that would do it. That would do it. There we go. All right, we've got to configure. Oh, you have. Oh, it's got W error enabled. Don't know how to make C flags. Hey, there we go. We got it successfully cross-compiled. Okay, so 192.168.010. Disk CC. Oop. Okay, I logged out. Because I need to copy it from this side anyway. Okay. Alright, so there's disk CC. Okay, cool. Disk CC is there. So now we need to set up disk CCD. And that is actually quite easy. Which CC? Actually, I should just be able to do disk CC daemon like this. Oh, right. That's not what I need to be running. I need to be running the native one. Opt, package source, bin, disk CCD. Is that running? Alright, let's see if that works. So it would be disk CC potential hosts. No host list is set. Did I spell that wrong? Okay, so it's just DCC hosts. No input files. So if we create a hello.c, that almost worked. I suspect this is not the right architecture binary. Alright, does that successfully disk CC? That did disk CC. Did we get a connection? Be verbose. See our show hosts. Okay. I guess it's working? Yeah, digital VAX binary. TCP connection, host, yeah, because we're not running there. All right, so that's show hosts. So discc. Is it possible it's not reporting a log message even though it's here? Listen, jobs, version, PID, no detach, daemon. I am deeply confused. Configuring to CC, building to CC, installing the daemon, allow commands, set up host list. All right, so pump mode is also something we can use. Okay, so pump mode would not help me here. I'm just reading through the documentation right now. DCC, GCC, my targets. Let's see here. Yep, sorry, I'm just catching up with chat. I mean, I guess it's possible it doesn't print messages. Let me just hold on. There's a stats thing, so let me go stats. And then verbose. So it started a server. So let me connect to its web server. 3633. And that does show a connection. So now I go here. And there is nothing. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. I just remembered something. You have to do something like -C for it to actually... Look, there it goes. And now if I look at my stats... Yeah, it has actually built. Okay. That worked. That actually worked. So now we just go to... So all we gotta do is now go to user source, make cc disccc. I don't think there's any CXX, but just in, let me look. Make file cross. It'd be in here. I assume it's just C. Oh no, there is some CXX. So so make cc equal dist cc cxx equals. And I could probably even dash J it, but let's see how it actually works. Like, is it actually faster? Because things like a linker step, like this is doing all tags and such, so this part's not going to actually go faster. But when it starts getting to making .o files, it should be. Chat, I think that's faster. But I don't think it's actually doing anything. How do I make it verbose? Is it not running with CC, or... So it would be make /dl. Okay, so that'll show me the actual command it's running. So now it's doing the tags, which I assume will take a bit. Yeah, it sorts the tags. So it is running that through discc. But it's not actually dispatching the build. Let me look at the documentation. It's been quite a while since I last used discc, so maybe there's some aspects of it I'm forgetting. Oh, it just says use discc instead of cc. Like if I just do that. All right, does that do anything different? Okay. Let's see if that does anything. No, look, it's just doing assembler with CPP. So yeah, that is actually, it's, yeah, okay, so that's actually makes sense that that's not doing anything. All right, let's just let it run, because this step is just going to take time. It should start dispatching. I hope. Oh! Holy crap, it panicked. It literally just panicked. I can't play. Oh, man. All right. Well, this is off to a great start. I have not seen these OpenBSD extras. Oh, this is interesting. I have not actually seen these prior. It's like, does it make it possible to build the VAX port, or is it just the, is this just the code? Yeah, because, like, in the 5.8 directory... Yeah, it looks like there's been no, apparently this guy got 6.1 going. Okay. I suspect, you know what I suspect it is? I suspect there's... How much memory do I have it? Yeah, I suspect that there are problems with it using this much memory. Yeah, I haven't seen this extras folder before. Well, that does save me some effort. So, but I'm a little sad I'm not the first one to actually have tried to do this. I don't know if that's a SimH thing. That's concerning. It may be a problem with just the fact that I have that much memory in it. Like, if it does it again, it's like, I know it's going to do that again. But... Well, yeah, you know, I'm just going to run make, and then you would want to run make release, I assume. Alright, let's try this again. Yikes is definitely the right word. As for Endless Seeker, the way to describe it is I always find myself looking towards stuff. It's moving out into the world, seeing what's there, finding out what's after that next hill, For no other reason other than I want to. I have this sinking suspicion that the Vax is not super happy. MIOD some I can't quite read that message. The streaming profile has this little heart in it, so I can't see like the bottommost message when it's long. Well, I've never heard of MIOD. Like I've never heard of who this is. Medoid, it looks like he's a French. He does a bunch of stuff in French. I have no idea who this is. Like I said, I'm just here as a dangerous hobbyist. This is my first time really getting into vintage OS dev. But it's cool to see that. I don't know if I'm actually going to use it. Like, I would like to actually learn. So I probably will work my way up through myself. Ultimately, I have this feeling that the 512 megabytes SimH Vax is... Oh, he's an OpenBSD dev. This is my first time doing anything with OpenBSD besides installing it. Like, I've installed it once or twice in the past, I think. Like, I'm pretty sure I have installed it in the past. Like, I know I've run all of them at least once. Maybe not Dragonfly. I don't know if I've actually ever installed Dragonfly. All right, so it is. I mean, that's let's hear. Is that actually dispatching? It helps if I be on the other terminal. Yeah, chat. Look at that. It is actually dispatching it. I mean, chat. That's pretty reasonable. I could probably. I don't know what the dash J, like if I could actually dash J it, but maybe dash J. Well, the thing is, we've already seen it blow up being dash J, but I mean that's going. Yeah, I mean, that's about the speed the Pi went. Aside from the fact that the Pi could J4 it, but I'm thinking this is only going to take a few hours at most to compile. Okay, I'm actually quite happy with this. So, let's see here. So now what? I mean... Yeah, I assume that I just basically have to do everything for make release. I'm not going to build the X sets, at least not yet. I have no reason to think that it would go. Oh, hey, Beav. Okay, Beav. Oh. Oh, something died. Transmit logic died, resetting. I think the network card just took a shit. This may not be as stable as I was hoping it would be. Oh, dear. Is it really going to remake all those assembly headers again? I assume it's not going to be completely clean. No, apparently it is in fact going to be completely clean. I wonder if that's a SimH problem or if I wonder if that's an actual OpenBSD problem. So you know what? I'm going to halt it and let's reduce the amount of memory in the VM. No real-life VAX had this much memory. That being said, it could also be problems with SimH. I've seen SimH do strange things that it shouldn't do, but that was also a while ago. So, like, let's just give it... It actually shouldn't need all that much memory because it's not going to be trying to pre-process large or compile files. So we should actually be able to get away with, like, 32, which is what a real VAX system would have had. Honestly, though, I mean, like, that was actually cruising pretty nicely. We might have to do it on real hardware just because it's more stable. I've never seen that with OpenBSD. Oh, sorry, NetBSD on SimH, and I did have it download quite a few files when I had it running, so who knows? We could, you know, I mean, let's be honest, we could run it on the actual VAX. We could actually run this on the actual VAX at this point, because I would just need to set up a jump host. Oh no, I don't really want to set up a jump host. Let me think about that. It might actually be possible to do it on the VAX. The problem is I still need the i386. Black Coffee Drinker did set up a small machine on that network. I could try VirtualBox there and see if it will work. Because at least right now I can test things right here easily enough. You know what? There are actually, hold on. There are different network adapters. Maybe we can just use a different driver. Yeah, like maybe we can just use a different driver. Maybe we can use something besides see here, we are using XQ0 SimH XQ0. Like, what other drivers do we have? Problem is that trying to find any documentation for SimH is like here we go. Networking with SimH webpage. Yeah, let's try a QN. Like, I don't think it's emulating any specific VAX. Emulating a micro VAX. Original model emulated. It was released 1989. So there were later. I mean, my VAX, the VAX we have access to is a later one. Let's just see if I can switch the adapter, and I probably can't, but yeah, let's see here. Can I halt it? Yeah, let's see here. So what other machine configurations do we have? We have I think a VAC state, like one of the later VAC stations, I think is what sounds good. Let's see here. Let's go with VAX. I mean, you know what? Let's go with the VAC station free M38. That's actually pretty close to what the target hardware is. And that seemed okay when we tried it. So, that attached NVRAM. So a 3900. Alright, I can try that. I don't have a 3900. I've got a 38600. So this, instead of being XQ, this would be, I believe this is a unibus machine, or it would be XS. Non-existent device. Let me just try the VAX target again, just to see if it will let me do that. Because I find that it will actually sometimes let you put things in states that you shouldn't otherwise be able to do. It might also just be a problem with Slurp. In fact, that's actually quite likely. Instead of, so then, alright, hold on. So if I just start up the VAC simulator directly, show HQEF, it should show me what I can bridge it to. Oh, that doesn't help. Let's see what chat has to say. Yeah, I've had problems with NAT. I'm currently thinking what to do about this. Like, what is the easiest way to move forward from here? Because right now we've already seen it go belly up twice, which doesn't make me super happy. So let me see if I can, like, find a microvax configuration it will run on. Here we go. Simulator usage. And let me just look at the different ones that there are actually here. Like, so VAX 8600. This is an old version of the manual. Synchronous host support, blah, 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 blah. Disk extensions, go to label. Scriptable events. This is driving me a little bit crazy. It's likely a problem with that driver, just the emulation being slightly off. Trying to alternate set XQ type. Yeah, but it's already on NAT. That's not going to help me. Because that's how I have it already set up. This is really one of those 2 steps forward, 1 step back sort of things. Oh, okay, hold on. I see that. I see the message. Okay, set XQ type. Right, let's see if that makes it happy. You know, I'm going to let it generate SSH keys because being able to SSH on... Oh, actually, it doesn't matter because I would have to put on the... Okay. Yeah, the network device changed. Now it's QE0. At least I think it changed. Like, I did have this running via NFS root, but it's possible that distcc can't tolerate the network interruptions. Which would suck. It means that we just won't be able to use it unless I implement a badness detector. But that might get into bigger problems. It may or may not have changed. Well, we'll see. Like, we're just gonna try. We're just gonna roll with it. The PMEM one, I could easily see that being a problem with the VAX having more memory than OpenBSD knows what to do with, because it likely was never tested. It was impossible to test. I mean, SimH had something of a stigma around it for many years in the VAX community. Largely, people, it had... DEC was not supportive of efforts to preserve their own shit, and it has largely bit them in the ass in many ways. Like, I don't know if I'm being fair or unfair. I mean, don't take everything I'm saying right now with a grain of salt, because I am speaking off the cuff. I haven't researched it. At least I haven't researched it yet. But I do need to get to the point that I can native host OpenBSD, so I can build a release. Because I think if MIOD, MIOD is building it as a developer, he's probably, or they, I don't know, they, whatever. They probably are only using the cross target. If they're native compiling, that is dedication, but they also know OpenBSD quite a bit better. Like with Ubuntu, even in current year, I would probably be comfortable enough with setting up a build D to do something stupid like Motorola 680XO Ubuntu. Mm-hmm. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, trying to do anything with SimH, you either had to know this hardware inside and out, or you're... No, I'm not going to make that reference, but it's reaching deep wizardry. Well, let's see if it starts... I mean, it definitely seemed faster running on distcc. Like, this is definitely obtainable. I mean, technically speaking, I could run at J2. Although it might do very bad things at J2. Like, it might do really bad things at J2. Realistically, if you're going to run it, you're going to run it on Amiga. Are they still building Debian Motorola 680? Like, there's got to be someone who's keeping the lights on that one. Yeah, no, it is actually still going. I am, yeah, auto builder system. Oh, no, this looks like exactly the same page as I remember it looking. All right, we're now back to distcc. God, these names. This is where I started. This is actually where I started. Stefan was who sponsored me to become a DD. Well, I set it to 32 megabytes. I mean, chat, that's like, all things considered, this is a VAX. That's cruising. Like, and it was cruising. Oh, that is balls. I really don't want to fix that. Oh, that sucks. Either I'm going to have to do this on the real fucking thing, which is going to be Glacier. I might have to actually do this on the real fucking thing. I question if what causes that message to pop up. Let's So it's just a random timeout? Well, I already control... Okay, if you think it's going to start working again, then I'll just leave it running. Because if it comes back, but... Let's see if we can find a less awful solution to the problem. Like... Call me non-traditional, but I prefer not to have to deal with that. So, can we change this to a different type? Can we, like, change it to... Let's actually pull out the SimH manual. So, the VAX dock. So, what can we set as actual options for that? So, communication devices... Like, is there anything actually useful on this? So it's all the same chipset. It's all DEX internal thingamajig. I'm assuming then, because there's drivers here. Yeah, I don't think that's coming back. So what driver is this for? So that's the DE-UNA interface. We're currently... DEQ. Who the hell came up with this fucking naming scheme? Like, my god. So we are currently, so the driver we're currently using is not on this box. QE. For DEQ, NA, DLA, QA devices. So yeah, it's going to use this driver in either case because that's the two things I can emulate. I can emulate All right, let me see here. Let me look for the VAX documents. Like, there's something. Uh. I'm looking at the SimH documentation here. Well, wait. Dig in the house? Yeah, I think it dead, Jim. But I also think, like... My thought here is that this is working fine until the watchdog kicks. Like, can we just disable the watchdog? Look, this is going to be more reliable than real hardware. Like, is this something that has to be here? No, so we should just be able to, like, comment this line out and then build a new kernel. Like, it's an emulated one. It's literally like how if you build an emulated FreeCom 3C501, it'll be physically better than the real card because you can't make one that shitty in software. Unless you use random number generators. Yeah, I'm just going to see if I can comment out the watchdog. I suspect that will do the trick. I need to be root because I have to build a new kernel. Because of course it is. You know what? I'm just going to delete the function. Oh, right. I have to set the environment. That's why. Okay, that makes sense. Of course, I closed the magic window with all the handy... Oh, here it is. Cross-build tips, because I need the cross-eval command. Eval, export, :make... Okay, cool. New kernel made. Alright, so... The network stack is probably shot. Let me see if I can SCP out. I suspect I can't. Yep. Nope. Just need to reboot. Oh, that IF timer 5 bits? Okay, yeah, let me... I don't think that... Yeah, look, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't make a difference. It's not queried anywhere. It doesn't have to be a perfect patch. I just want to see if it works. So now we have to boot this up so I can then SCP it in. Then we have to reboot it again. Oh, that ain't gonna work. So I can turn it off of a parameter. Well, alright, we'll see if we can disable it with syscontrol. Okay, so syscontrol, QE. I can disable this. I don't see any parameter there. I'm just going to use the kernel I just cooked up because at least I know it's not going to... I know it won't work, is the word I'm going to go with here. Unfortunately, YouTube eats links. Michael Richmond. Alright. Oh! What did I reboot? I just rebooted the VM on the NAS. Okay, that was not tragic. That was not tragic. If I if I'd done that on my laptop, I'd be crying right now. That might be a different watchdog. I don't know if I want to adjust that watchdog. Because that may be related to different functionality. That could be a badness detector. Yeah, YouTube sucks for this. It's also another reason why I would, It's like there's a thing called approved users. I could make him a moderator. It's the only thing I could do, but I really just don't want to add random people as moderator to my channel. You know what? Let's see here. It's hard for the hardware time. Yeah, if this doesn't work, then I'll have you post the link. Let's just see if this well, I guess it wouldn't matter if this works, but let's see if this works. Oh, right. By the power of Control C, I should just generate a set of host keys for it. Like, that would be nice. Engage. And we are definitely running the new kernel, you can tell by the build time. Right before it scrolls off screen. Thanks for, okay, I'll look, well, yeah, let me look at that. Hardware watchdogs in this context almost certainly refer to system hang detectors. It's not something it's not what, this would be a different type of watchdog. This is a bad, there are some NICs that are so terrible that you just have to shoot them in the head when they stop working. I assume the actual physical hardware chip has problems, but SimH doesn't. And it's quite possible that OpenBSD is doing a bad tickle. I mean, let's be honest, how many people have realistically been running this? I mean, the only reason to be interested in running OpenBSD on a VAX is because it's OpenBSD on a VAX. If you want to just check out OpenBSD, there are better ways to do it. Yeah, I'm gonna grab some oranges. Alright, let's just... I mean, right now there's nothing to do but sit here and wait. Well, right now we're in advanced twiddle mode. But see, I didn't see any watchdog device on syscontrol. It should be there. So, how's everyone else enjoying their thumb twiddling adventures? Oh, these are good oranges. Just the right amount of sweetness. Oh, right, because I accidentally the machine. God damn it. Okay, that one is not that is not the networking fault. That's I'm an idiot. Okay, where was that compiler? It's in CrossVax. Why is it not starting? PID, listen, stats, log level, verbose. Oh, log stdr. Right, now we wait. I really wish there was a way to skip this step. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oranges make everything better. I'm just astounded how miserable this build system is. I mean, it's probably fine if you're just coding all day, but for people, if you ever had to deal with it and not be a BSD developer, it's like, ugh, it just sucks. question now comes down to, how far can it go? That's going. Yeah, I'm just kind of, like I said, I'm just kind of sitting here. We're about to find out, because what's probably happening is the actual transmission of traffic is, you know, things. Uh-oh. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Five, 6. Yeah, so I did a bunch of files and then it hung. What is this for? Alright, let's see if we can find a VAX configuration that actually works. Alright, let's see here. OpenBSD. So dev show, so that, alright, so that's that. So show dev RD, dev show RD. Okay, so there is help. So help RD more. maybe let's see here. What's read only RZ. Sorry that I'm not really talking here right now. I'm just... Attach RD disk file. Alright, I gotta look at SimH's documentation because this is just... Here we go. Deck user guide, something from like Microvax. Alright, Microvax. Deck tape, console, hard disk, yes. Controlling debug, simulator testing. Why is their documentation so... So your PDF. Like, yeah, the Vax doc is literally years out of date. God damn it. VMS. Oh, here we go. Microvax. Setup. Tension console. Set. Oh, that doesn't help. Here we go. More simulator configuration. Disk. RA92 disks. It just doesn't seem to like a hard drive that big. So I showed dev, sees 3 units on RD0, RZ0. Right. That's the device receiver. OR. So tier B, So RD. I think that's a flop. I think that's a cartridge. I think that's a cartridge drive. Set. Device. So help dev RD2. Yeah, but that doesn't. No, so yeah, see, it says disk container larger than simulated device, read-only format. And I can't seem to change the size of it. I am really feeling unmotivated. You know, like, this is a little disheartening right now. So this is a... This has the Microvax 2 config. What is it using for a network device? Install media, tap. Yeah, it's still using XZ, which is what we kind of need to avoid. What's chat saying? Yeah, that's the problem. I need to find, you know, I gotta find one that I can actually run. There's got, like, I can't be that unlucky. VAX 730. I think a 730 is the, yeah, the 730 is the literal original VAX. Let's go something a little bit less ancient. So this is a mass adapter. CPU idle. Chat, I think I'm gonna have to do this on the real machine. God damn it, that... It just kind of locks up like that. Let me see if there's any, So RQ, but RQ is what we were doing. The problem is that it's the bus. I think if it has RQ, it would also have, oh, hold on. Let's go on to the... So yeah, we have RQ, and then we have... I did see this QB thing mentioned before. Like, it's a different mode for the network adapter. Let me see if I can find that document again. I think it was in the VAX one. Yeah, it's here. XQB. Nope, that's just the second network adapter. Can I, let's see here, is there any other one? Yeah, I can't attach that one. Damn it. I do have everything on the system. It's just going to be painfully slow, but at this point, I've got nothing to lose. Like, let's see how far, like, let's see if it'll run for an hour. Like, if it will run for an hour. Tomorrow, I am busy all day. So I could just let the live stream run on the laptop. Oh, right, because this doesn't have the, my brain is... The biggest problem is without using dist CC, we're also limited to the memory stuff on the VAX. But let's see how far we can actually get. I mean, this wouldn't be a problem on real hardware. I bet this would not actually be a problem on real hardware, and I'm semi-inclined to figure out how to actually get the compiler somewhere where it could be used. Okay, now we wait. I mean, you're right. Like, the fact of the matter is I should probably do it on real hardware, because I could use dist CC on real hardware. Problem is that's an entirely different network. Alright. Actually, let me take a look at the NetBSD version of this driver, because the network stack should not have changed all that much between the two of them. NetBSD source VAX IF. That is a completely different driver. That is like a completely different driver. Am I looking at the right thing? LE, I mean, yeah, no, it is called, there's a driver for the Lance, but do they not have a driver for, what's this ZE driver? Let me look at the, well, you know what, if they use the chipset on multiple machines, let me put the build stuff up, because, you know, it be building. Yeah, so, okay, here's the driver. So the driver on, it's still called QE. Where is it? I have to have the NetBSD source somewhere. Like, do I have, like, QE as a file? Ah, here it is, QE. Nope, that's not the right driver. QE... SCSI devices, accept filters. I guess it's, so that exists on the main bus. Where, so is there like a QE driver here? So not S bus, Q bus, ArchVax. Here it is. Interface. Yeah, LUD. Okay. So this is the driver in NetBSD, which I'm looking at on the other screen. I'm just seeing what it does versus OpenBSD. All done with bus resources. QE attach. Create. Yeah, so there is a timeout function on this driver, and they look like they're the same driver. Like, it looks like this driver started life. Yeah, this driver probably just started life in OpenBSD and made its way across. That is slow. Like, at the rate it's going to take a couple hours. You know, possibly even days. Yeah, but we wouldn't be set. Well, actually, no, that would make sense. It would make sense because we're transmitting the files. What protocol do you use? Do you use ICP, TCP/IP, or UDP? I assume it would be TCP/IP. I can't imagine why you wouldn't. Yeah, it sends token and compression. Let's look at the history of the driver. Let's see if there's something in the NetBSD history. There's a leak in error branch noticed by Max V compile tested for VAX. Yeah, that looks like the ring stuff, but but it's just a leak. It shouldn't stop it from going. I mean, I guess it might be fast enough to compile locally. I mean, that it's not ideal, but it's faster than the actual machine would be. All right, here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch it for an hour. If it doesn't die in an hour, I will end this live stream and I will start a new one and I will let it run unattended. The slots on the ring leaked and the transmit side would run out of room for new packets. Actually, that does look like what this driver is fixing. Avoid a leak in... No, it's... Let's see here. It's just allocating... Alright, hold on. I'm looking at the driver now. I'm looking at... So the ring gets allocated. Map the ring area. There's only being able to send and receive internal packets. Subjects look back. So the information has a reason to... Oh, you're right. This might actually be deadlocking. Like, I'm looking at this. And let me pull up the OpenBSD version of this driver. Fortunately, I'm currently looking through the folders. Fortunately, I went through all the trouble of making a nice Git version of this, so it does help. So NetBSD 5.8 base. And then I want to look at VAX IF. Oh, okay, hold on. Count outgoing packets like every other driver. There's a commit here. Oh, commit by... What does this driver actually do? There might be a diff here that's relevant. No, okay, that just is incrementing counting packets. The memory leak driver is here. So there were actually quite a few patches to this driver over the years that are not in the NetBSD one. Yeah, let me drop a link to the driver in Git. No, unfortunately, this is VAX on VAX. It's emulated VAX on VAX, but without distcc, I can't multi-thread it. Like, it would go slower if I dash Jade it, and we've already seen problems with doing so. So if I actually want to build a release, yeah, if I actually, yeah, so I could do make release. Build new base kernel. Make config, make install, OBSD, reboot. I'm reading through the actual steps to make a release. So you actually have to do sysmerge and make dev. And then you have to make and validate the base system. That is an interesting release process. It literally just tars up the actual thing. Alright, let me take a look at that. Yeah, because I saw the I mean, there was the patches there. So let me look at 5.8. Except the patches are not there. Let me look at 5.9. Yeah, like, I'm not seeing anything here. It looks like Myode only basically just did the bare minimum. He's probably doing... He might be doing it on actual hardware. Because he's... According to his own docs, he got 6.1 going. And I'm looking at his patch... Like, yeah, there's definitely some things that had to be tweaked and modified, but it doesn't look all that crazy. And like I said, I kind of want to do this on my own. We'll see how far it is. Plus, my OD did not build any releases along the way. So I do kind of want to do the full release pipeline and so forth and so on. Well, I have real hardware I can build on. It's just slow. It's really slow. I have to actually think about this, because that is a really unfortunate setback. I either have to debug the problem, or I have to figure out why SimH is not happy here. Let me look more at the history here. So the driver was rewritten in 1999. So when was the ring padding added? Because that's the biggest change. I mean, yeah, so there's no padding done on the OpenBSD version. So when was the padding added to this version of the like the actual pad stuff? Yeah, this is this ether pad length. So like this does DM. So like if I look at the ZE attached side by side, or QE attach. Yeah, it's actually padded. So why is this padded here? Like, is there a... Let me... View get blame. That's what I need to see. I need to see when this line of code was actually changed. This changed a long time ago. Yeah, this is a... So the driver was actually rewritten. Let me, you know what? Let me find when the pad was defined, because looking at this line is not helping me. Let me blame a different line. redo in a previous way. So this defines a padding buffer. And it fixes 2 bugs in Q in, Q start. Oh, it's probably eating the C. Okay, so this implies that it's not sending the Ethernet CRC on short packets. Yeah, here's the commit. Here's the commit. Yeah, but remember, it's talking to an emulated device. Like, real hardware may not care, but we are talking to an emulated device that is talking to a modern network. I mean, I can look at the source code of the driver on the other side, but I think this pad actually needs to be there. It's the most obvious change I can see. It's, at this point, it would be a matter of sitting with the driver and figuring that out. Well, the bugs that this says that this fixes, it fixes. Hold on, it says it fixes 2 bugs. It unloads the right man map if dman map loads. When the watchdog kicks, it calls QE int. So it's actually fixing multiple bugs here. Like, let me see if I can see where that actual bug is. But it's definitely doing multiple things in a single commit, which I never like. It's here. So, yeah, and make sure that... Yeah, and this actually specifically says tested on SimHVAX. It actually says that this was tested on SimHVAX, so this presumably is the fix. So if I now compare these drivers side by side, how terrible is this to implement? Because I don't actually need the pad. I think I just need... I need the, I need to prevent it from offloading shit. So if I look, yeah, so it does an onload here. If I look at the OpenBSD version of this driver, Yeah, and it just blindly unloads it here. So I actually think this patch is valid. This actually looks exactly what you're supposed to do. Because that offloads the D map. Collect statistics. And just see where else this is getting called. Yeah, because it unconditionally offloads this buffer. This actually does look correct. I'm reading through how this code works in other cases, like, just to make sure I understand it. It also looks like, yeah, so it also looks like if it's null, it unallocates it, or if it's smaller than the pad length. It doesn't say why they're doing the padding. It says redo the previous in a better way. Let me go back to the history. Okay, the commit message just isn't that useful. It's not actually referring to a previous commit, or that previous commit did not make it into the source code. Yeah, so realistically, okay, at least I know how to fix it now. I need to decide if I have the energy to do it this moment, but at least that's progress. I'm gonna let this run for a little longer, and then I'm just gonna see, yeah. Alright, I'm going to get ready to lie down, and then I will do what needs to be done. I mean, the lack of disk CC sucks, but it's still a solvable issue. Yeah, it's definitely a solvable issue. Alright, I'll let this go for another 20 minutes. I will kill the stream then, and then I will start a new stream that's just going to be this running unattended. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to kind of keep on going. Yeah, I think all things considered, this is looking good and stable. Yeah, I'm going to cut it over to a new stream now. So I'm going to end this one. A new one will go live, so just refresh YouTube. Because I think I do want to save the... I want to make sure the VOD gets saved. So yeah, alright. I'll catch you all in the next stream, which will be in about 5 minutes.